Hey everyone, how are y'all? Leanne, how are you? Hey Emerald Queen, are y'all feeling any better? Reba, how are you? Hey White Widow Baby. Okay, and White Widow Baby, I seen you sent me an email. I'm checking it out now. Okay, thank you for sending that to me. Hey Shells, how are you? Hey Cool Gamer, Pokey Dots, how are you? Hey Michelle, and yes, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Hey Marissa, how are you? Hey Rum Runner, how are you tonight? It's snowing in Los Angeles? Is it really? Oh wow. Marissa, I'm doing good. Hey Laura, how are you? Wow, that is crazy that it is snowing in Los Angeles. Hey Penny, how are you? Hey Night Nurse, how are you tonight? Leon, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I did get to watch some of it. Hey Musical, how are you? See, I sent you the Mr. Cool case, something to cover if the case is. Okay, yes, I did get it. I did respond to you, didn't I, Musical? Hey Lori and CJ, how are you? Hey Simple Butterfly. So you feeling a bit better? Fever is nearly gone, but I've been coughing like a 100-year-old smoker since Tuesday. Oh wow. Laura, I'm still having problems with allergies and sinuses and all that. And it probably won't go away until next fall. Okay, a musical. I just wanted to make sure. I thought I that I did. Which I haven't even taken my allergy meds today. I need to do that. I'm good, thank you. Very glad to catch you. Hope you're yes, Lori and CJ. I'm doing all right. We're happy to have you here with us tonight. I'm having sinus allergies issues too. One of my ears have been stopped up. Can't hear out of it because the doc gave me eardrops. Yeah, this time of year is like horrible. Hey Valerie, how are you? I've had a sinus headache all day today too. Let's see what there is. Stopped. Okay. Yeah, wait, what a baby. Like today it was close to 80, now it's 58. It's just this hot and cool weather and all that going back and forth. It's what gets everybody sick. Hey, Dreamcatcher, how are you? Simple butterfly. Yes, and here in Kentucky was 74 days. That's what I'm saying, Lynn. Like, it's just the weather is crazy. Hey, Zans, how are you? She hasn't reached the 80s yet here, just the wind and rain. The wind it didn't really blow today too much. It was nice again today, though. And probably opening my windows and as dusty as it is down here probably isn't helping me any. But I mean, it's so nice outside that I hate not to open the windows. Lynn, that is true. Dreamcatcher, yeah, thank you. I'm feeling better. It's just still the allergies and sinuses. That's about it. Oh well, shells. That is cold. Pipes no water down Seattle's weird. Oh, Marissa, I hate to hear that. White Widow Baby is like the best time of the year. Like it's not too hot, but it's not too cold. It's like the weather is just right. Open up the windows, air the house out from all that winterness and everything, and yeah, it's so nice. But it's so dusty down here because we live on this damn dirt road. Hey, Crystal, how are you? Crime Sleuthin, how are you? I need to build a wall at the edge of my yard. Maybe that'll keep the dust from coming to the house. Oh wow, sweet pickles. It was close to 80 today, but it's 58 here now. Hey, Deline, how are you? Hey, Judy, how are you tonight? Oh, wait, little baby, you should see it here. It's horrible. Oh, Penny, it's just like every time the wind just blows a little bit or somebody drives by, it's like dust. Yes, Judy, you are green. Oh, it's just gonna be in the 30s here tomorrow. Oh, it's supposed to be in the 70s and 80s here every day for like the next week and a half, which is all I can see on the weather thing, the daily weather thing. And at night, 50s and 60s. So it's not going to be too bad. I think the cold weather is gone. See, I'm watching from afar. Hey, Crumb Crazy. I live out in the country, a lot of farm stuff. Hey, Dark Reds. Simple Butterfly, that's the best place to live, though, honestly. Just out in the middle of middle of nowhere. Like, we have cow fields. Like, I live in the middle of the woods, but right outside of the woods, there's nothing but cow fields. And then more woods. Hey, Running Bear, how are you? Did the groundhog see a shadow? I don't remember, but they said 6 more weeks of winter. I do remember that. 70 mile per hour. Oh my God, Simple Butterfly. Thank you, Emerald Queen. See, I live outside the city, but still can't see all the stars. Miss the sticks. Yeah, the stars at night are awesome. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Okay. Cows are great, so they get out. Oh, yeah, Judy. That is true. None of our neighbors, though, theirs hasn't gotten out in a while. 75. Laura, aren't you in Texas? Good Lord. Oh my God. So, I don't know. but I'm watching. All right, y'all. So Crime Crazy may not be in here in the chat, but she's saying that she's going to be watching, making sure that everyone hits the thumbs up on their way in. Laura, I'm sure that if y'all are getting it in West Texas, I'm pretty sure within a few days we'll be getting it here in Louisiana. We usually get y'all's all the bad weather y'all get. We end up getting it also. Hey Brooklyn, how are you? Dub, how are you tonight? 45 in Arkansas. Wow. That was my. Wait, Judy, what was your job? It's headed to. Okay, thank you, Laura. Maybe it'll miss us soon. All right, yeah, let me jump into my email and grab my stuff for tonight. Yeah, while I'm grabbing my stuff, y'all hit the thumbs up if y'all haven't already. Oh, Judy, you slacking. Sarah, do you have so many improvements that could be made to these chat rooms, like us being able to take private notes so we know what they've told us about themselves. Okay. So, prime video today's series, Your Honor. There. Sweet Pickles, we've watched all of the episodes of Your Honor so far. This came out. It's a really good show. Emerald Queen, we're glad that y'all are back. Hey William, how are you? Big Al, how are you tonight? Stuffed Banana, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me grab my first thing here for tonight. And Big Al, I didn't know that when you're silenced on Twitter that you can't respond to anybody in messages. And I just seen it, the messages you had sent me with that link in it. I had just seen it uh, whenever I'd responded back. Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Thank you, Lynn. Okay. I'll go ahead and grab my first thing for tonight. They're actually okay. So I told y'all and showed y'all the pictures last night that they boarded the house up, boarded all the windows and the doors up. They still got the fence around um, the entire house. Well, now the house they're saying that they're going to demolish it. Hey Vapor, how are you? Oh, let's see. They announced today. Yes, it's going to be tore down. I don't know what they're going to do where the house is at, but it says in the article they're supposed to um, make a memorial for the kids on the campus. Give me just a second. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, y'all. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay, $20 says a new townhouse with lots of bedrooms. More than likely, that's what they're gonna do. Oh, thank you, Big L. I actually made it to the mute button this time. Sometimes I don't get there fast enough when I have to sneeze. Sometimes the sneezes like sneak up on you real quick. Hey, Mar, how are you? Okay. Oh shit! I gotta find my thing. See, they need to have that ground blessed before they. Penny, I agree. Hey, Moonvale, how are you? All right. So it says the Idaho murders King Road home where Bryan Kohberger allegedly stabbed four boarded up and will be demolished. So it says workers have boarded up the off-campus Moscow, Idaho rental home on King Road where four University of Idaho students were killed November the 13th, and the university announced Friday that it will be torn down, which is a good thing. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you? So it says photos show plywood boards over the doors and windows, and a temporary fence has been installed around the property. Security teams continue to monitor the property around the clock as well. The owner of the King Street house offered to give the house to the university, which we accepted. University of Idaho President Scott Green said in a statement, and the house will be demolished. This is a healing step and removes the physical structure where the crime that shook our community was committed. So at least the university did accept it. They accepted the house, uh, and they're going to do the right thing and they're going to tear it down. So Green said the demolition would also serve to minimize efforts to sensationalize the crime scene. In the same statement, he announced plans for a creation of a memorial and a healing garden to honor the four victims and other students who have died over the years. The location has not been decided. We are evaluating options where students may be involved in the future development of the property, he added. The property manager also confirmed to Fox News Digital that the house had been gifted to the school with plans to raise the site. We will never forget Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, and I will do everything in my power to protect their dignity and respect their memory, Green said. Today we will rebuild and continue to support. Together we will rebuild and continue to support each other. It was a Saturday morning, I believe they meant Sunday morning, around 4 a.m. when a masked suspect snuck into the home with a knife. The four victims, including three housemates, 21-year-olds Maddie and Kaylee, and then Xana, 20, and her boyfriend Ethan, also 20. They had been seen partying Friday evening into the early morning of Saturday, and some were likely asleep at the start of the attack, according to the Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt. She said all four suffered multiple stab wounds, and police later revealed that they recovered a K-bar knife sheath near Mogan's body. In a bombshell court filing, investigators revealed that one of the two surviving roommates witnessed a black-clad, masked man with bushy eyebrows leaving out the rear sliding door. And police say the man was Bryan Kohberger, then 28-year-old criminology PhD student at Washington State University, about 7 miles across the state line. He has since been expelled and is sitting in the Latah County jail in Moscow, where a judge ordered him held without bond on 4 counts of first-degree murder and a felony burglary charge. So police allege that Kohberger stalked the King Road home at least a dozen times before the attack and returned once more about 5 hours after the murders, which was still hours before the initial 911 call. They say that they traced his car to and from the crime scene on the morning of the slayings and used phone pings to follow his suspected path. They found DNA on the knife sheath that detectives say was familiar match to DNA collected from Kohberger's parents' house in Pennsylvania, where he was arrested on December the 30th. Camo Country Girl, how are you? Cheryl, how are you? Mm, Making sure I haven't missed anybody, y'all. I don't think I have. Hey, Mandy, how are you? Okay, so the six-bedroom rental home situated near the University of Idaho's Greek Row was a known party house with dozens of students coming and going on any given weekend. Friends of the victims previously told Fox News Digital. Moscow police body cam shows several encounters with the victims in the past semester involving noise complaints and underage drinking. The case is subject to a gag order, which itself is currently being challenged by a coalition of media organizations and the attorney for the Gonzalez family. And as a result, authorities have declined to comment repeatedly. Kohberger is due back in court on June the 26th and could face the death penalty if convicted on any of the murder charges, and he has yet to enter a plea. But through his former Pennsylvania attorney, he said he is expected to be exonerated. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Hey, Bryan, how are you? So at least they're going to tear the house down, so that's a good thing. Okay, I had to keep asking, but has there been any information? No, Mandy, they haven't came out with any information about the DoorDash delivery person. Just that he came forward and showed where he had delivered an order there that night. That's really the only thing that's been said. And Brian, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay. Let's see. I emailed some videos from you. Okay, thank you, Simple Butterfly. All right, I'm just catching back up real quick. They need to have a safe place for students to reflect. Idaho for have many friends. And that may be where the Ethan Smiles and the Forever Sisters, hey, Street Legal, um, tulips are going to come into play. Because they're supposed to be building uh, some gardens. I do believe they said that they were going to do it on the campus. So maybe them, along with the campus and some of the students, maybe the families of the victims can come together and figure something out. Or yeah, Mandy, the who I don't know if it was a man or woman that did the delivery that night, but he did come forward and uh, show where he had made a delivery there. Hey, Philly Maniac, how are you? Okay. All right, now I need to grab this. Let's see, residents must go out of community rec. Hold on, I'm just reading something that was sent to me real quick. Okay, so this was sent to me in an email a minute ago. And it's from News Nation. And it says, let me pull it up here. Hey Kelly, how are you? Some folks who chose themselves, I think, allegedly arrest others. Marissa, make sure now if you go that you get me some pictures. I would love to see all the tulips that they have up there. All right. Sheila, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Okay, I'm just catching back up real quick. It's in April. Okay. Yeah, I would like to see the pictures. And I mean, if you send them to me, Marissa, I can even show I can pull them up on here and show everybody that way everybody can see them. I think that would be really pretty. Okay. All right, y'all. And I haven't watched this yet, but it does say that residents in Moscow, Idaho community react to the news that the home where the 4 college students were killed will be demolished. Some say it's a step in the right direction, while others have concerns about how it may affect the case. All right, so we're going to listen to this. I got to make sure. Twitter is always different. If you don't have your volume cut up on Twitter, you won't be able to hear it. All right, so let's see what they got to say here.
From the community, not only the neighbors who live nearby, but also students, who go there. What are their thoughts that this home will eventually be demolished? So I want to play some of that for you now. This is what they said when they were asked about the demolition.
I heard this morning that they're going to demolish the house. I think that it's a step in the right direction. We're going to get some closure on this. Every single time I drive by that, I think about it, I look at it. If it was gone and something else was there, that would be great.
As a student, having to move frequently around campus to be able to go to school, knowing that I lived in a place where people were so brutally murdered would not feel comfortable to me.
I think tearing down the house could be a good thing. And for a memorial, I think it'd be good to put it here on campus in one of the parks.
I don't think it needs to be torn down. However, if it is torn down, I believe the memorial should go in its place.
I don't think anyone would want to live in that house, but also out of respect to the people that were killed, I think it's a good action to take, just to take it down and maybe make it to some sort of memorial or some place where people can go and learn about what happened.
So there were a lot of people who wanted to say their piece, but not on camera. And let me give you some of that reporting as well. 3 of the neighbors who actually live right around the house said that they think it's just a horrible place. They don't want to look at that horrible place anymore, quote, that horrible place anymore. And so they support that the house is going to be torn down. And a couple of other neighbors, 2 men who actually share or adjacent in the backyard with the home, they didn't want to speak on camera, but they said that it's, quote, it's spooky looking at this house right now. They knew all of the kids who lived there. They had actually partied in the yard just, within the prior weeks to the murders. They said that they wanted their families to get justice. They were worried, though, that if the house were torn down early, possibly some technicality could prevent Bryan Kohberger from being appropriately punished. And this was a sentiment that our producer, our stringer, heard repeated often around town today. They were concerned. They wanted the house destroyed, but at the right time to make sure that all of the investigative work has been done, that there can be no, loophole if the house is gone, that could be a benefit to the defendant in this particular case. It's poignant. Also, the person who witnessed some of the TikTok dances said that they were shocked, quote, by how many people all day long were doing this. They couldn't believe how often that they had been doing the TikTok dances. You'll also be interested to hear that many of the neighbors who live around the house have signs up everywhere on their windows, doors saying, no comment, no media, go away. So we were very lucky to get this reaction today. I also want to play for you what some of the students said. And there you go. You can see some of the pictures. Reporters not welcome. We do not have a statement. Please respect our wishes. We have no statement. Please leave us alone. And then I wanted to give you a couple of the comments of what some of the students we talked to today felt about a memorial on campus or elsewhere. And here's what they said.
Maybe a good spot for a memorial would be somewhere around that area. I think maybe if we wanted to remember it more specifically, maybe over by the library or something to that effect would be good spots for that.
I feel like having the memorial on campus would definitely be a lot better than off campus.
As far as building a memorial on campus, I think that definitely needs to happen. It's a beautiful campus, so I think anywhere they decide will be great.
I am not exactly sure where their memorial should be, but I don't think it should be at the place of their murder, because to be tied to just their deaths is not something I would wish upon anyone, and I would rather celebrate who they were in life than mourn them for who they were that night.
Okay. So it seems like everybody, except for the one dude I heard, he didn't think it needed to be tore down. Everybody's in favor of it being tore down. Let me get this off my thing real quick, y'all. I got so much stuff pulled up here. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. I'm probably going to be changing it again here in the next few days. Okay, but I think there's still Bryan, there may be stuff still in the house. I don't know. But I don't more than likely they're going to tear it down and they're going to rebuild. Yeah, the house really does need to go. It's just that whole place, and this was said last night in chat, the house probably has very heavy energy. Pretty sure just even if they tore the house down, like the land needs to be blessed. Honestly, but people, for as long as we'll ever be able to remember, it's that spot is going to be like a very bad memory for people. No matter if they tear it down and rebuild or whatever they do. Hey, doggone crazy, how are you? Kids' property hasn't been moved, but I don't think families should move it, burn it down. Yeah, I know that they got some of the stuff out of there and gave back to the families, but they said that it was stuff that they wasn't going to need for as evidence or for a trial or anything like that. I don't know if we do know that they removed the mattresses and what looked like some beds, and maybe a few other little small pieces of furniture. Hey Jan, how are you tonight? But yeah, whatever else was in it, I would leave in it and just burn it. Honestly, that would be the best thing to do. Because I'm sure whatever's left in there now, if it's any of the kids, I doubt the family's going to want it back. So I have a question. I just thought this last night. Okay, Reba, what's your question? Somebody will break in if they do not put lights up in their back. Well, Bryan, you know that they have 24-hour security now. That's still sitting there. Oh, was it Simple Butterfly? Okay. So see Daily Mail interior pics next week after the break-in. Okay, did you hear Kaylee's sister had a beautiful... No, I didn't hear that until just a few minutes ago, Simple Butterfly, whenever I seen somebody post a comment about it. Okay, is there footage of the body removal? Because I don't remember. No, Reba, there wasn't. They kept the media away. Theodora Maddie K. Aw, that's such a sweet name. I don't get why these TikTokers want to do... Like, what is the point in it? Why are they sitting there doing that? That's, in my opinion, disrespectful. Okay, but all the sources did submit it. Okay. Yeah, Deb, I saw that. It was a U.S. Marine veteran who found him this morning. All right, y'all. I've got the documents that came out. Vapor, they're saying that the TikTokers are going up there doing dances in front of the house. Hey, Gregory, how are you? And wait, little baby, I seen it. The little boy, there was like several pictures of him carrying the little boy out, and he said that JJ didn't want to let him go until he saw his mama. Hey, Boomer girl, how are you? That is just disrespectful, though. Why go and do dances in front of this house? That is just, that is crazy. On a real note. Okay, so court documents came out today. Yeah, he was supposed to go fishing this morning. He said something told him just to go join the search. He went and joined the search and found him. They had canine dogs there. They had bloodhounds there. They had helicopters with the FLIRs or whatever they're called on them. None of them people found him. But the one dude that was supposed to go fishing this morning and decided not to. Has anyone heard from the landlord? Mandy, the landlord of the girl's house, the kid's house. Now, the only thing that they have said is that they did, they confirmed to Fox News that they did gift the house to the University of Idaho, and the university has agreed to tear it down. Philly, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Hey, 9mm, how are you? So you could tell baby JJ feels safe with him. Yes, Running Bear, that is true. Let's see. Okay, so that was for... All right. So let me get this pulled up. Get it zoomed in where I can see it. Because, good Lord, the writing is small. Hold on, y'all. Try to get it pulled up where y'all can see it too. They have to make this so small. It's crazy. Okay, so this is the order to file the defendant's Exhibit A attached to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery under seal. And it's only 2 pages, and then there's one other document that has been filed as well. Okay, so it just says this. What is it? Have it? No, the date is at the bottom. Okay, so it just says that this matter came before the court on February the 10th, 2023, and the stipulation to file the defendant's Exhibit A attached to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery under seal. The hearing was held via Zoom. William W. Thompson Jr. and Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state. Ann Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Kohberger. The court reviewed the stipulation, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interest in the privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of the facts on the record. Therefore, pursuant to the ICAR 32I2 and D and E and Idaho Code 74-124, 1B and C, the court finds it necessary to seal Exhibit A because 1. The documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals, and 2. It is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial, and 3. Disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So it is hereby ordered that the defendant's Exhibit A attached to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery shall be filed under seal. And it was dated February the 20th by Megan Marshall, which is the judge, and it's just the second page is basically showing that it was sent through email to the prosecutor and to Ann Taylor. Hey Scott, how are you? All right, so that's one of the documents that was done today. Let me go grab this other one. Oh shoot, I gotta move everything around again. Hold on, y'all. Second one up. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. That's the wrong document. Give me a second, y'all. Yeah, the other one I just pulled up is the thing with the media that they're doing. All right. To move it all around where everybody can see it. Hey, see you two. How are you? Brian, thank you so much for the the super chat. And he says, "Hi, my Scarlet and my favorite game." Well, Brian, thank you so much. That is very nice. All right. Oh, and wait, I forgot about this one a minute ago, y'all. Werewolf Queen, I am sorry. I had started when I was playing the video, and I just now seen it. So, Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. And she says, "Here's hoping that they do have the here's hoping that they do have the garden where the house is now. It'd be a nice memorial to the poor victims." And thank you so much for the super chat. I gotta remember whenever I star these to make sure that I pull them up. Gosh, why is this not cooperating, though? Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. So it says this is the state's response to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. This one I think is only 3 pages. So it wasn't. Hey Sandra, how are you? Um, hey Tech Death. It wasn't a whole lot. Basically, the Exhibit A is going to remain sealed. But it says the defendant Bryan Christopher Kohberger and counsel Ann Taylor comes now to the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and submits the following response to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. The state incorporates its January the 23rd, 2023 state's response to request for discovery as it's fully set forth at this point. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with the Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and the applicable law. This was dated February the 21st, 2023, and it's signed by prosecuting attorney William W. Thompson Jr. And it just says, I hereby certify that true and correct copies of the state's response to the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery was served on the following in the manner indicated below. And it was sent to Ann Taylor. It was sent through an email. So really, that's all they did with the new documents. It showed that they had been put in there, but the website that they put it on for the state of Idaho, it only updates every Friday to where you can go in and then see the document. Let's see. So we always have to wait until Friday before we're able to see it. Brian, you mean what does the documents mean? It's basically the Exhibit A, which was part of the discovery that the state had to send over to Ann Taylor. Exhibit A was was it 990 something pages of documents? The one either audio or video file, and then like 1,800 pictures that was sent. So all of that's going to remain sealed. Everything that's in there. All right, give me a second. I got to get everything moved back around on my screen now. Okay. Let's see, I'm buying you a giant jar for Christmas. Okay, did I just see somebody said that good night? Probably going to be at night after we're done with documents. Okay, Emerald Queen, you and Werewolf Queen, y'all have a good night. Okay, I know Zilchabel, but a tulip garden would be cool if one could sustain it in that climate. Well, Gregory, you know that there is a tulip farm that Ethan used to work at. And they are the ones who is going to do uh, the tulip garden. I don't know if they're going to do it where the memorial is going to be built at on the campus, but they did say that they were going to do one for the kids. And they actually have some tulips that are yellow and white for Ethan. They're called Ethan Smiles. And then they have some pink and white ones for the girls. It says Forever Sisters. So hopefully they'll combine those gardens and the memorial that the college is going to do, which would be, I think, really pretty. Hey, Stepha, how are you? Let's see. Download pictures. Heard about phone 2 today. Got a lot. Only a few likes. Together. Okay. Yeah, Scott, they were saying some sources came out and said that when Bryan was arrested in Pennsylvania at his mama and daddy's house, that authorities collected his phone and there was numerous pictures of one of the female roommates or one of the female victims on his phone. Then it came out like a few hours later that uh, the victim that he had pictures of was also the same one that he was sending messages to on Instagram. Elizabeth, how are you? Okay, don't you remember they were selling things off? Who was selling things? Yeah, I am so behind in chat right now. Get my email back up here. Ow. Okay. Alright, let me grab my next thing. Because there is an article out about this whole ordeal with all these sources and all this and that coming out, leaking information and everything else. Just trying to keep up. Hey JC, how are you? Beware TNT posted. Harsh was arrested, clickbaitish. Tracking 2nd, 2018. I doubt I would. Okay. Alright, give me just a second, y'all. Okay. See, everything I think I see becomes a sweet pickle to me. 9mm, that's just because pickles are awesome. And how is your husband, 9mm? Is he doing okay? See, hopefully all the leaks don't hurt to get. I hope not, Simple Butterfly, but this lady here she's a former defense attorney for Lori Vallow. And she had some opinions about all these leaks that are coming out. Let's see, he is good, but driving. Well, that's what husbands are good for, 9mm. But I do pray that he gets better. Fox 11 sources. Okay, I'm just kept making sure I'm caught up on the chat. So this says that Bryan Kohberger um, leaks huge issue with potential compromise prosecution. Lawyer warns y'all. I need to find my glasses because I cannot see where the crap tonight. My gosh, and that house, y'all. It it's depressing. Yes, terrified beyond normal. Well, 9mm, will you please let him know that we are all going to keep him in our prayers? Did anyone see Hayden Panettiere's younger brother died? No, Cheryl, I didn't see that. Yeah, and like White Little Baby said, y'all better make sure to hit that thumbs up because Crime Crazy, even though she's not in the chat, she is in the background lurking. And 9mm, you're very welcome. So you cannot wait for the trial to start. Drew, how are you? Hope they will allow video. I do too. I really do. So you bet it will be bigger than the OJ trial. Oh yeah, I think that this trial, honestly, and this is just once again my opinion, I do think that Bryan Kohberger's trial is going to be bigger than OJ and Murdoch combined together. But yeah, this house is depressing, honestly. Like it was bad before they put the fence up and the boards, but now it's just like I don't know. I don't even have words for it, honestly. It's just very sad and depressing. It is. It's just. I was so used to seeing the door with they didn't even take the wreath off of it, and now we don't even see that. It's very depressing. Okay, tearing it down is the best thing. Drew, that is true. I am glad that they are going to tear it down. I'm glad that the owner gave it to the university. And the university made that decision, to tear it down. All right. So this says here, it says a slow but consistent stream of leaks in the Idaho murder case could have dire consequences for prosecutors seeking justice for the 4 undergrads found stabbed to death late last year, according to a veteran defense attorney in the state. While the case against Bryan Kohberger is currently under a restrictive gag order, that itself is facing a challenge in court. Investigators and attorneys for both sides, as well as the victims, survivors, and their families, are limited in what they can publicly say about the case. Hey, April, how are you? April, I seen that too. I just think that everything there needs to be tore down. That hill that the house set on, all that needs to be like leveled out or something. Like the whole place just needs to be completely redone. So it doesn't even look like it does now. Hey, Laughing Stock, how are you? So think of it like cleaning house in with the new, out with the old, yeah. Wasn't there another stabbing suicide that happened in Caldwell? Mandy, I don't. Where is Caldwell? King Scarlet, that is true. Like some people, like I've seen, like there's houses in Illinois. Whenever we were there for a few months, that are built like in the side of hills and stuff like that, but they wasn't built all cockeyed and all that. Hey, Lori, how are you? Like this one was just built funny. I just think they need to take that hill and smooth it down and level it out if they're going to rebuild or whatever they're going to do there. But the hill, everything needs to go. Okay. All right. So this says it's a huge issue, and that is that the source is leaking information. Edwina Elcox, the Boise-based former attorney for cult mom, child killing suspect Lori Vallow. Now that has the potential to compromise the integrity of the investigation and prosecution of the case. There are fears that too much exposure to the closely followed national news story could taint the jury pool in Latah County, a rural swath of farmland and mountains in northern Idaho, where more than half live in Moscow, the college town where the four slain University of Idaho students were living. It has bad feng shui. Okay, that's fine, White Little Baby. Hey, Sharon, how are you? Okay, I love to have the house similar to this one, but where let's have a house similar to this one, but where there's a first floor, you have a drive, the hut, basement, lower floor, cases in her gag order. Okay, I'm just trying to watch the chat real quick till White Little Baby gets back. All right, you're back now, White Little Baby. All right. All right. So she says if an employee of my office did that, they would unequivocally no longer be employed. Elcox added. The remarks came after a series of reports in which unnamed law enforcement sources made claims about the stabbing suspect and the evidence against him, including that he allegedly had a stockpile of photos of one of the victims on his phone and sent at least one of them messages over Instagram before the crime. So they're saying here, like, the remarks came after a series of reports in which unnamed law enforcement sources. So I'm curious of who these sources are. Okay, so it says, I understand that Kohberger fancied himself as intelligent, Elcock said, but as a criminology PhD student, it should have been abundantly obvious that maintaining pictures of one of the victims could prove to be problematic for him. Even if he had them and then deleted them, investigators could be able to recover the data, she said. If the information contained in the search warrant affidavit is accurate, he clearly had at least a I cannot even talk tonight. Cursory understanding of cell phone technology, she said. Perhaps he was just so arrogant that he thought that he was smarter than investigators, but couldn't help but keep pictures that he could readily access. I do think he was just arrogant. Hey, Ashley B., how are you? I really do think that. I think that he thought that he was smarter than the police. He was going to get away with it. I think that if he did leave that knife sheath, like I said last night, he did it on purpose to try to throw him off, make it look like someone that was military or was affiliated or had ties with the military did it, and that they was not a vegan because of it being a leather sheath. Let's see. Ashley said they couldn't say who the girl was and later did another segment named Maddie. I didn't get to see if they said that it was Maddie that he had the pictures of, but the one that I saw, Ashley hinted that that it was Maddie by saying that he followed Maddie and Kaylee on Instagram and he liked all of Maddie's pictures and only liked some of Kaylee's. So that told me that that's who the pictures were. Wait. On the 15th, there was another incident almost identical to what happened to my. Oh, okay. That was something else. Okay. She may as well say it was Maddie. Maybe that's how you tell us stuff without. Yeah, Crumsley, then that is true. And that's why I took it as it was Maddie, the way she said it. I'm starting to think now maybe Maddie was his target. Because if it's the same person that he had the pictures of, and she's saying that he liked all of Maddie's pictures, I'm going to think that it was Maddie he had the pictures of. It's the same person that he sent messages to that she didn't respond back. Well, if he sent messages to Maddie and she didn't respond back, maybe she didn't know, like some are saying, that he had sent her messages, because it would go into the request messages or whatever it is that they have. And maybe she just didn't see them. And maybe that upset him because he thought that she was ignoring him. And maybe that's what set him off. He thought she ignored him. He got mad, which is still no excuse for what he did. Like, I don't think there's anything that he could come out and say his reasoning was, and it would be okay, or even make sense, honestly. Okay, so it says Kohberger is accused. All right, so we know all this. I'm not even going to keep reading all this, y'all. Where it talks about what he did. We've heard that enough. Let me make sure that there's nothing else in here. Let's see. All right, so we know about the knife sheath. I don't even want to pull him up on my screen. Okay, we know about the college. We know about him stalking the house. And then it just says about the university officials announced on Friday that the landlord had donated the King Road property and they plan to demolish it. They also said a memorial garden will be constructed in an undecided location in honor of the victims and other students who have died. And just that Kohberger's held without bail in the Latah County Jail. So we know all that. Let's see. Big question I have is, suppose the sheath via Papa Rogers' account was made prior to the PCA document. Yes, JC, I believe it was. Hey, Linda, how are you? I'm trying to think. I don't remember exactly how long before the PCA came out. Hey, T-Rev, how are you? But it was before the PCA came out that Papa Rogers made that post. I want to say that it was after they came out and said about it being, like, literally right after they came out and said about it being the K-bar style knife. All right, y'all. So I'm just curious who all these leaks are coming from, honestly. See, I'm doing great. T-Rev, I'm doing good, thank you. See, he knows cell phone tech. He knows exactly when to turn his phone off and on. Yeah, but Bryan, if you're gonna go do a crime like that, and he studied that, he should have known not to even take his phone. Like, is he just that arrogant that he would bring his phone and cut it off or airplane mode it or whatever, and think that if he got caught that he could outsmart him? Let's see, have any of you guys tried using Wayback Machine, Cash Realtor? No, Elliot, I haven't. Oh. Let's see. I think Steve was actually talking about going up the chain of command. Okay, I'm just trying to catch back up here, y'all. Alright, anybody who wants to grab the link, y'all are more than welcome to. Just checking my stuff, my email. I think that was everything. See, I don't know if I believe the so-called leaks. Honestly, Minville, some of this stuff that's been said is some of the off the wall stuff that I've ever heard. Whether it's coming from news media or it's coming from someone sitting in their mama's basement, like it's just ridiculous. Honestly. Thank you, Sharon. See, if you listen to what he said upstairs, but then he said, I do not want to be the alpha male. Brian, honestly, I think that Mr. Gonzalez has a lot that he wants to say. He's just not able to right now. And Ashley, every time she says about her source, she'll say, well, it's a source that's close to the prosecution or close to the investigation or close to the case or something like that. So I think tearing down the house is the right thing to do. Rebecca, how are you? But it's also sort of sad too. It is very sad. I don't even like looking at the pictures of it now. I never really liked looking at the pictures because they were like just super depressing. But putting it up wasn't really didn't change anything. But then putting the boards over the windows and the doors, it just kind of notched up the a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Like it just made it that much more depressing and sad. That it's just, it makes it more realistic of what happened there. See crime sleuthing. Every time I would see a new picture of the house come out, I would always look to the front door and see if the wreath was still there. And I don't understand why they never took it off the door. They always left it up there. Okay, that's construction for you. Yeah, I know, laughing stock. Like it's, it kind of solidifies the fact that it's going to be torn down, which I'm glad that it is. Okay. Yeah, anybody wants to grab the link, come up on panel, y'all are more than welcome to. It gets interns scouring the internet because a lot of stuff was old. Now the phone thing, they can find out who the rat is. I mean, yeah, they need to find out who it is, especially like this isn't good to put stuff out like that. Hold on one second. Okay. See a little unposted at the house. April, where did you write it at? The long post. See, a controlled bonfire would be a good way to erase. Gregory, yeah, it would. Oh, News Nation put a video out about Kaylee's sister and her baby. Hold on, y'all. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up. Just a second, because I have to email this to myself, so it's easy. Well, shit, no, maybe I don't. Hold on. I'm so used to doing that. Okay, on a Facebook page. Most wouldn't like it though, but I had to get it out of my heart. Well, I mean, April, that's fine, honey. You had to say what you felt like you had to say. I mean, I feel like, honestly, like this case it's driving me bonkers, honestly. No, I got it. Wait, what up, baby? For whatever reason, I'm so used to grabbing videos and or articles and just throwing it in my email, and I didn't even need to do that tonight. So I just shared it from here, from the website. Okay. Hey Tracy, how are you? Cases made me so sad at times. I know, April. It's honestly, it's like a roller coaster of emotions. I'm either upset and mad at something that came out or been said, or stuff that we know is complete lies uh, that we've heard recently, and then people put it out, and then oh, they're sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Uh, I really feel bad for saying it. All, all that kind of stuff. And then you got stuff that comes out that it's from sources we don't really know if it's true or not. So that in itself makes it worse. And then we got the stuff that we do know is true. And it's just it's a roller coaster of emotions, honestly. And it will mess with your head, honestly. Okay, so Kaylee Gonzalez's sister names a new baby Theodora Maddie K. So let me play this. It's like 7 minutes long, and I'm gonna mute out while it's playing. And yes, a huge emotional roller coaster. Like, we were super happy when Bryan got arrested, uh, but then things start coming out, and then it takes that high and it goes back down low, and it's it's hard sometimes, honestly. So just like with her sister having a baby, that should be it's a blessing, and it should be a good thing and a happy thing, and it is. But then you on the flip side of it, you think Kaylee's not here to to see her niece. So it's some things have a happy part to them, but at the same time they have a sad part. Okay, it's like those towns that have so many secrets. Yeah. New info every day. Sketchy flag. Now, millimeter. I think that's the reason why it's going to be a bigger case than OJ and Murdoch put together. Honestly, like this case is touched a lot of people. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna play this.
I want to bring in our senior national correspondent, Bryan Enton, right now. Bryan, I want to start with you with something very positive, sort of a silver bright lining in this terrible story, and that was that Kaylee would have been an aunt today. Her sister Olivia had a baby this morning at 4:21 a.m. And Olivia named that baby Theodora Maddie K. Stevenson. So we've got some of the pictures we want to show you, shared by the family. But this is, it's heartbreaking that this little girl's middle name is Maddie K, after, of course, Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, her sister. And there's Steve Gonzalez cradling his new granddaughter. I just want to get your thoughts on that, because it's just a positive way to start our conversation.
Yeah, it brought a smile to my face today, Ashley. I don't think a lot of people realized that Olivia was pregnant through all of this. When we interviewed her, when we talked to her, it's not something obviously she was talking about much with everything going on, but behind the scenes, I would have conversations with her about how it was going, and she was going to have to get another doctor in Idaho because she lived back in California. And I'm just so happy to see that she had the baby, and that, that they can have some positivity right now, because with everything that they've been through. I mean, just look at that face. a beautiful baby. So let's just hope that this brings them some joy with everything that they've been through, Ashley.
It is just good to report some joy in this story, and then to know that her name is going to be Theodora Maddie Kay. Maddie Kay, all one word, Maddiekay. So that this little child will memorialize her aunt, who she'll never have met, which is just devastating. I do want to ask you about some of the comments that some of the locals have made regarding this news today, that the home is going to be demolished and that there'll be a memorial. Many of those people said that they were concerned about it being demolished soon, which is what our university source said. They want to make sure that it's not demolished too soon. They want it gone, but not too soon. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I'm told, I don't have a specific timeline either, but I'm told it's going to happen sometime this semester. When I first heard the news today that it was going to be demolished, I thought, okay, maybe after the trial, but it is apparently going to be this semester. I just personally felt a sense of relief having stood out there for so much time. And what I don't think people always realize is that the house is very, very close to the campus, really right across the street. It is surrounded by student housing, by apartments, by townhouses, and by other houses, all occupied by students. And there are kids walking in front of that house all day long to go to and from class. And it's just an eerie feeling. And even when I was out there, it was like people didn't want to look at it and be reminded of what happened there over and over again. And I really do think the only way to heal from that is to take the house down. I mean, you can't ever imagine anyone living in that house again. And kudos to the owners for donating it to the university so they can start that process.
Right. I mean, that's huge. What an incredible act of, magnanimous nature to do that. Then there's this other side that the reports are that TikTokers are coming out and doing these ridiculous and frankly just obscene dances in front of the house and taking these selfies and posting them to TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, that's disgusting. It's one thing to drive by. I mean, I get it. People are curious, especially when I was there early on. People who lived in the area would just drive by and look out the window. That's one thing. But for people to be dancing outside the house, for people to be driving there to take pictures and selfies outside that house, again, it becomes a distraction. The university in their statement today talked about that, the fact that there are people that do these kinds of things. And I think that's just another reason that the house has to come down. There'll be a beautiful memorial on campus. We can remember the victims without having to remember exactly what happened in that house every single day, with it being right there on campus. And by the way, they did the 3D imaging inside the house. We were there when they did it outside. It's like the best technology. They have the measurements, they have the full 3D photos. So the jurors will be able to, see what the house looked like that way.
Yeah, I mean, I still have my concerns, having covered so many trials where there are jury go-sees to crime scenes that have been preserved for years. So I do have my concerns in that respect. And if that's a benefit or a loophole that can be exploited by the defense, it seems it's an unnecessary one, other than the healing, which is critical as well. One last question, Bryan, and that is that the university president has said that he wants to make students involved. He wants them to be involved in the redevelopment of this property at 1122 King Road. The healing garden and the memorial, I think, is what's planned, for the campus. But what do you expect that they might even be able to consider doing in this, this residential neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, a park might be nice there. Again, it's an area where a lot of students are walking back and forth because there's a big apartment building right next to it. You can make it into a beautiful park. I'm not sure that people will want to live in that spot again. But I think the bottom line is just the house coming down. It is going to help people heal there. Again, just having been there, the feeling of living in that area with that house there, you can't get past it. And even when you're outside, you know how it is when you cover these things, Ashley. When you're outside, you can't help but constantly think of what happened inside that house. And I think the only way to, take away that pain is the house just has to come down.
Yeah. I remember seeing it in the Cleveland House of Horrors. They brought that house down. They brought it down in Connecticut, where Dr. Pettit lost his wife and daughters. It happens, and oftentimes it is a healing result, the memorial that's left behind. I just wanted to mention the 4 names of the victims in this case, since we're talking about their home. And it's Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. 4 beautiful kids in the prime of their life. And all of this hopefully will lead to some justice for these 4 victims and their families. Bryan Enton, thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ashley.
Still to come tonight, there is. Thank you for watching.
Okay. That is just disgusting, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I get people, and like Bryan Enton said, if you want to drive by it, you want to see, okay, that's one thing. Take a picture of it, okay, that's another thing. But dancing in front of a house where something like this happened, where 4 kids were murdered for absolutely no reason, that's complete, like, that's, like, they have completely just crossed the line, honestly. I mean, do a productive video about the kids. Because here lately, and I'm going to end up doing, I want to do a tribute video to the 4 kids. But I mean, these TikTokers are going to go all the way out there and they're going to do a video of the house. Instead of doing that, do something for the kids. You know, do something productive. Everything's been so much about Bryan here lately. You know, we need to keep the kids in mind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I'm going to end up doing a tribute video to them. Just, you know, to keep their memory out there. Okay. Scarlett, seriously, what is their caption? Here I am in front of that. I don't know, Bryan. I haven't even watched it. I don't even want to waste my time on watching it. I don't want to give them that view. You know what I'm saying? That it's disgusting. Now, if they were out there and they were talking about the case, and they were being respectful, that would be another thing. But going and dancing in front of the house, what is that going to do? Other than make you look like a total idiot. You might as well be sitting in your mama's garage spreading lies and throwing people's name out, accusing them of stuff that you have absolutely no proof of. Okay. See, people reportedly filming TikTok dances. Let me see what this is. Hold on, y'all. I think this is the one that... Okay, never mind. That's the one that I showed y'all earlier. I mean, yeah, like Bryan's saying, like, what song would they use? You know, I'm pretty sure it's probably a disrespectful song as well. So I sent you something in regards to Hudson, and also who also went missing and was found in the creek. The last picture of him, the house in the background. Oh, Mandy, yes, I remember seeing that picture. Is it the picture of him and I think it's like 2 other girls? These kids dancing, thinking it's funny. Our game really tells about. They were raised. Apparently, God was not in their homes. Tammy, yes, that is the truth. Because anybody who can be disrespectful like that to 4 people who have lost their lives in a senseless manner for absolutely no reason, it shows how they were raised. They have no home training. and I'm sure they're making their mama proud. Hey Megan, how are you? Okay. I'm just going through real quick, seeing if there's anything new out for tonight. Lord, I had to look at there for a second. I didn't know what that was Nightbot was posting. Oh, that is nasty. They've got a picture on here of Alec Murdoch. Looks like snot coming out of the dude's nose while he's on the stand. Okay. Okay, let me catch back up. Let's see, I worry about what's in these kids' heads now. I don't understand these kids these days, honestly, Tracy. Yeah, if anybody wants to grab the link and come up, you're more than welcome to. Okay, what the heck happened? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to type something in my search. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Oh, there's another. Oh, Sharon, I had to think there for a second who you were talking about. Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Okay. Hey, Bryan R., how are you? Late to the party, y'all, but here. Great scrimmage against for a high school and 5 to 3 lows. Proud daddy. Okay. It's just these parents these days are not teaching their kids respect for anybody. I mean, if you just no respect for people who passed away. And it's disgusting, honestly, y'all. It really is. Keep people doing. Megan, yes, they're actually going to the house and they're doing TikTok videos of them dancing in front of the house. It's all about clicks and that's all it is, Simple Butterfly, honestly. They know that is like, and I hate to call it a hot spot, but they know that if they go and they have that house in their video, especially now that it's boarded up and with a fence around it, and a lot of people haven't seen those pictures. They know that people are going to want to see it, and they throw a dance in there with it, and it's disgusting. And real quick, just in case anybody wasn't in here last night, any of the members, I'm going to start doing members only lives on Sunday nights starting at 9:30. And the first one, I think I said March the 5th, wasn't it? Yes, March the 5th. So March the 5th, 9:30 p.m. Central Time, we will be having our first members only live. Because, Bryan, that's right. I mean, we already know that these families, well, we know the Gonzalez family does. I'm pretty sure the other 3 families also, go through YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. They probably go through all of the social media just to see what people are saying, and all this and that. And if they see stuff like that, that's more pain for them. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? See, the victims have siblings that are that age. I don't understand. Like, people raise your kids to have respect for people. Teach them some dang home training instead of. They're literally. It's like a bunch of wild ass banshees out there doing dances in front of the house just for TikTok. I know they're young though, Bryan, but that ain't no excuse though. Like their mom and daddy should have taught them something better than that. You know, they have no respect for the ones who've lost their lives. They have no respect for the two girls that are still living that was in the house. They have no respect for any of these families. They have no respect for any of the victims' friends. They have no respect for none of them. The college, none of them. They have absolutely no respect. They don't even have respect for their own selves. So how can we expect them to have respect for anybody else? I'm scared. I don't know, Brian. I haven't even watched it. Let's see. Who would even think of doing that, Lori? I don't know. A bunch of immature kids who have nothing better to do with their time. Kids who TikTok have no clue. No, Lord. Wait, how am I not seeing everybody's? Oh, no wonder my chat is not a live chat. If I caught a child of mine doing that, I would. Oh, Dreamcatcher. I would have a fit if one of mine did something like that. Honestly. I had it on live chat and it keeps jumping off of live chat back down to top chat. Okay, their parents should be concerned for their own kids who are dancing. The parents don't care though, Brian. That's the problem. If the parents don't care and they didn't teach their kids any better, then why would the kids care? You know, half of these kids nowadays run around up and down the street by themselves at like 12, 13, 14 years old, and the parents don't even know where they're at or what they're doing. So, they have no adult supervision. I have to check mine every few minutes and switch it over. It's really getting. I don't understand why it keeps doing that, but it's making it where I'm not seeing everybody's comment. So if somebody posts a comment and I don't see it and I don't respond to it, I do apologize, but my chat is not staying on live chat. And 9mm, I don't know. I don't know, honey, how old they are. I haven't watched any of the videos. Scared to think that some of these people are going to be running the world one day. I know, Gregory. I just, King Scarlet, yeah, I can see you. I don't understand how people do that. And I don't get it. How can they go to sleep at night knowing that they did something like that? Mine are in their 40s, but I pray they would never raise them to. Yeah, it seems like that these kids didn't have any adult supervision. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm trying to see. I thought I had something. Kids all for attention they never got from their parents. They're begging to be loved. Yeah, but you just they're asking for the wrong type of attention though. Going and dancing in front of a house where 4 kids were murdered, like that's asking for the wrong type of attention. Like find something productive to do that will gain you attention. Parents here, Tracy, I do agree with that. Pain and fear, and people are dancing in front. Yeah, it's just a mockery. Is all it is. Hold on, I got to go to my other email and see what is over there. Okay, let me see what Mandy sent. That is an eerie picture, though, Mandy. me grab this one real quick of Hudson. Apparently, little JJ did not have any. No, Gregory, his mama was asleep. And it's a wonder, y'all, that baby was in those woods. It was like 80 something degrees down in Florida. It's a wonder that baby didn't step on a snake. I told Troll that earlier after I found out that he had been found and he was in the woods with a short sleeve shirt on, shorts, and no shoes. Let's see. I'm just naming the picture so I know what it is. The good Lord had his hand over him while he was out in those woods. Because the snakes are bad down there, just like they're bad here in the woods. And he was found right at a mile from his house through the woods. All night, he was ate up with mosquitoes. Like the picture that it showed where the guy's holding him that found him, all over his arms and his legs, so you could see mosquito bites. I'm pretty sure he's going to have red bugs from being in the woods. So, he's just okay. That's another video, the same one. I'm glad that he was found and he's okay, but like whoever it was that dropped him off while he was asleep and the adult in the house was asleep should have woke the adult up in the house and let them know, I'm dropping the baby off. You need to wake up. Okay, they shouldn't have stopped the search. Megan, I agree. Like, you have a 2-year-old little boy lost in the woods and nobody has seen him other than the person who seen him out in the yard at like 10:40 that morning. Why would they stop a search? Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm just grabbing stuff out of this other email real quick. Is my lady bug? Sometimes we have alligators by the door. And Bryan, where he was at in Florida, where his house was, there was a pond not far from the house. I'm pretty sure it had gators in it too. It's a wonder he didn't walk up on something in the woods or, like I said, step on a snake or anything. Let's see, they stopped ground search, but did have. I don't understand how they had the helicopter with the FLIR on it. They had canine dogs and bloodhounds. And none of those could find this baby. But this one dude who was supposed to go fishing that morning decided he wasn't going to go fishing. He said something told him, no, don't go fishing. Go join the search. So he went and joined the search. Went looking and ended up coming up on this little boy and found him. Hold on one second. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'm trying to enter something back real quick. Okay, should have been found sooner. Yeah, I don't understand how they didn't find him. Okay. Yeah, I'm still going through my emails, y'all. Okay. Simple Butterfly, thank you for sending me those pictures too. I'm just now seeing them. I'm just now seeing Judy's. Judy had sent me some emails. I'm just now seeing them. Okay. I'm so glad they found him. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be all right. Hey, Emery, how are you? I think he's going to be fine. He's probably going to be itching for a while from the mosquitoes and all that. But other than that, I mean, he's going to be okay. He's probably thirsty and hungry, though. because he didn't have nothing to drink with him. And somebody said last night that they found his sippy cup, but Troll said he was trying to find it where they were saying that they found the sippy cup and some marshmallows or something like that, but he never could find it. So I don't know where that it came from. Okay. Sippy cup, yeah. Hey Anthony, how are you? I don't know where Judy is. She was in here earlier. Let's see. I need to write her back too. See, it was on WFLA. Oh, okay. Troll might not have looked on there. But he told me last night he was trying to find it where they had said that they had found it, but he couldn't. Um, he couldn't find it. See, not changing the subject, but True Crime Rocket Science is saying the owner of the Idaho 4 victim's house has donated the property of U of I, who will have the house demolished. Yeah, Shannon, I played the video and read the article about it, which I'm glad that the owner of the house did give it over to them, and they're going to decide to tear it down. I'm just curious to know what they're going to do with the property now. Like honestly, in just my opinion, I think that they should completely like reconstruct the property to make it look completely different. Let's see. Who has a sippy cup? Anthony, we were talking about the little boy, JJ Rowland. He went missing yesterday morning around 11 o'clock um, from Florida, and they didn't find him until this morning. Like he was literally out there almost 24 hours by himself with no shoes on and a pair of shorts. And it was like 60 something degrees last night. See, I believe JLR has it on his video from yesterday. Oh, okay, see, I didn't get to watch JLR yesterday. Usually I try to watch some of his stuff. I did see where he had a video, and his thumbnail was where he was out in that area. But I didn't get to watch it today. But yeah, Anthony, he's fine. They found him this morning. He just looks like he has a bunch of bites on him, probably from mosquitoes. But other than that, I think he's going to be okay. Can make it a dog park. Yeah, and that would be awesome. You know, instead, but I'm pretty sure the owner, because I don't think the owner, I doubt he'd give them. I wonder if he gave the land to them also, if it was just the house and let them decide what they wanted to let them tear it down. I just think the whole thing needs to be redone, honestly. Like, cut all the trees down that's along that little road, all of it. Just make it look completely different. Like, have no more bad memories of what happened there, if that makes sense. Not jailer, but I do. Yeah, Bryan, I'm the same way. But there's some stuff that he puts out that I do like. Some stuff does have a lot of good information on it. Okay. Yeah, Gregory, you can come up. Hold on, I'll throw a link back out for you. Some stuff I don't like that he does, talking about JLR, but for the most part, I do try to watch it just to see if there's anything good. Okay, King Scarlet, I'm bringing you up. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I think that the little JJ baby,
Uh-huh.
he was found safe, of course, thanks to God.
Right.
But I also think it's because there was so much commotion with the helicopters, and I think the dad was out there all night.
Oh, really?
So, I think that it was just all that commotion that no animals were, getting close to him
Right.
probably.
Thank God, though. Seriously.
Mhm. And that man that found him, he said that he's like a third generation person that's been there. So he says that he knows that land so good. So he felt that he could probably possibly, find him.
All right. I'm just glad that he decided to go join the search instead of going fishing.
Right.
Because I mean, if it wouldn't have been for that, the little boy might have been out there a lot longer.
And they said that he wouldn't let him go. He didn't want to
I,
let the man go.
yeah, as soon as he saw him, he like held his arms up. The guy picked him up, and like he wasn't going with nobody else until he saw his mama.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I mean, it's, we needed good news. So it was something, and that was good news. Kaylee's sister having her baby, and the baby's healthy is good news. So we've had a little bit of good news today.
Right.
So Gregory, how are you?
Hey,
Hi,
you
Gregory.
doing? And King Scarlet, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. I'll be the first to admit that I thought the outcome for JJ was bleak at best
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
because of where he was lost in the there seemed to be a sketchy timeline about when he actually vanished. And
Right. Because the guy that passed by the house was going to the gas station, and he come when they found out the little boy was missing. He come up and told the cops that he seen him outside playing with the dog at 10:40, and even showed his receipt from the store to prove that it was in that time period. And then the mama is saying that she found out he was missing at like 11 o'clock, searched for him for an hour, and then called the police around dinner. So if he was dropped off at what 9:45 that morning, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how long was he awake without
Well, she
the
might have
adult?
not even known exactly when he went missing if she was asleep.
I mean, yeah, that is true. And I'm gonna be honest. I could, to begin with, I thought it was gonna be something worse.
me too. I mean, especially him being out there, last night and not having any light source except for the moon. And I don't even know if it was a clear sky or not. But and then
Yeah.
as you pointed out, Scarlett, I mean, the the venomous snakes around there. And
Hmm.
um I know there's coyotes in the area. I mean, I was really fearful, you know,
Yeah.
for him.
Oh, I didn't know Beach was a B. Lord Jesus, I can't talk tonight, y'all. BHB. I did not know that she was there searching. I did see JLR was out in the area, but I didn't know that Bullhorn was out there.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't follow this case that much because I try not to follow little kids' case because
Hmm.
those really hurt when you find out something happened to them. So,
Right. Me and Troll was going through some stuff yesterday, and Troll's actually the one that's seen it. And he was like, "You need to put a video out about it." So I
yeah.
like jumped up, grabbed all the information I could grab on it, made sure that he was still missing, because sometimes they'll put it out there, and then within an hour or so, the kid is found. And whenever I seen it, it had already been a couple of hours. So I made sure that he still was missing, went ahead and put a video out about it. And then I seen other people on YouTube was starting to talk about it as well, which was a good thing. But I'm just grateful that the U.S. Marine veteran was there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I didn't hear him say this, but there was apparently a lady that was more or less kind of like searching with him. And
Hmm.
and I heard an interview with her this morning, and she said that and she did not say who they were, but she said they told us not to search over in that field. And thank goodness they did.
Right.
you know?
Yeah, because I mean, there's no telling if they might not have found him today
Right.
if they went over there and looked. And they, like I said, they had bloodhounds out there. Like I can get canine dogs through the sheriff's department or whatever because they're used for other things. So tracking a 2-year-old little boy who's lost may not be their number one thing that they do. Hey, Red Bull, how are you?
Yeah.
But they had bloodhounds, and they even said that the bloodhounds picked his scent up for a little bit, or indicated that they had picked his scent up. And I don't understand why the bloodhounds didn't find this baby.
No,
I,
I
I, I
don't either. I think I'm going to go into the bloodhound training business because somebody's getting some
I
some
mean,
bad training down the line, aren't they? Holy cow!
why? I don't understand. Like you would have thought, because when I heard they had bloodhounds, like the helicopter with a FLIR, okay, that is awesome. But when you got bloodhounds on it, I had high hopes for it, and then come to find out, it wasn't even any of them who found him. It was this other guy.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that their accuracy is not, I mean, I don't know how to put it, but it's, it just depends. It depends on a lot of things, their
Mm-hmm.
accuracy. So,
I
yeah.
think maybe we're spoiled from watching those movies where the prisoners break out of, and they run across into the wooded area and they unleash the bloodhounds, and they're like
Right.
on. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, but
Yeah. It's just, I don't know.
what
I'm happy that he was found and he's alive and he's safe. So,
one thing that really stuck out to me about that whole search, I looked at all of the people that turned out, and I compared that to the people that turned out for Kylie Rodney. And it was just like unbelievable, the difference. I mean, just throngs of people
mm-hmm.
everywhere, searching. And the
Yeah.
the reports we saw with the people that were gathered at those community meetings, I mean, they were not
Yeah.
very, populated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's,
agree.
I mean, just like when, the little boy from Georgia, Quentin, was missing. Look at like the community that came out for him.
Mm.
Hmm.
That's kind of reminded me with the little JJ boy. Like it was like everybody came out,
Yeah.
and I'm happy that it had a good turnout though.
Yeah. If it was my child, they'd probably call me the crazy lady because I would be out there all night screaming.
And see, they never showed, or if they showed the mama, I never seen her. They did show her. Um, it wasn't. It was the little boy's grandmother's sister and
Hmm.
her daughter. They did show them. They did an interview with them or whatever, but they didn't really show the mama or anybody else in his family.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen him. Them giving him back to his mama and seeing how happy he was and all that. But we didn't get to see that.
I,
So
I hope they check the family dynamics, like, to make sure he's okay after.
Yeah.
well, I did hear or I read that the mama had just gotten custody back of JJ. And I don't know where his daddy lived at, if he was any close or anything like that, but that's what I read. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what was put. I forgot. It wasn't WFLA that put that out that I seen. It might have been Fox News that was talking about it, or one of those news stations. But they said that the mama had just gotten custody back of JJ.
Yeah, I seen Jonathan Lee, his
Oh,
video.
JLR.
JLR, yeah.
Uh,
And the dad was there, and
oh,
then
was
he
he?
he
Okay.
asked the dad that what was the mom's name, and he didn't want to give the mom's name.
Um, wait. I'm not going to say her name, but I do believe when I was listening to the grandmother's sister and her daughter, uh, the daughter kept saying, "I'm so happy for," and kept saying somebody's name. I took it as being JJ's mama's name.
Oh, okay.
But if the news hasn't put her name out, I'm not going to say the name.
Mm-hmm.
But she kept saying like, "I'm so happy for so and so," and she
Yeah.
said it a couple of times. So I assumed that was JJ's mama's name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many of these missing children that it just seems like the families are, there's like a step parent involved. I mean, it just seems like there's some dynamic usually.
Like something's wrong in the household.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like Madalini, that little girl that's missing in North Carolina.
Madalena Kojikari.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, see, okay, so Madalena's mama is not even from the States. She's from Moldova, and that's where Madalena was born. So when she couldn't find Madalena, she waited 3 days before her husband came back to ask him if he knew where she was at. And like there was a statement saying that she said that she didn't want to get her husband upset. So, the dude left and went out of state. He went from where they live at to, was it Michigan or Illinois? To his family's house to retrieve some of his stuff or whatever. And so while he was gone, she didn't even know where her daughter was at. She never called him. It was like, "Hey, did you take Madeline with you? Do you know where she's at? Have you saw her? She's missing. I don't know where she's at. She was here last night. She's not here now." Like she didn't do any of that. And when he came home and she asked him, there was like 2 or 3 weeks after he came back before they ever told anybody anything. And the only reason why they did is because of the school. They said that they would be at the school the next day because the school had, I think it was a resource officer had said something about her missing school, and her mama. Okay, I hear an echo.
It's not me.
I think it's me.
Let me see. Let me move. I had my house phone by my computer. That might have been what it was. But anyway, the school said something about her missing, and the mama said, "Well, I'll have Madalena at the school the next day," and she didn't even know where she was at. So they went to the school the next day, the mama and the stepdad, and told them that they didn't know where she was at.
Wow.
Like how do you go weeks without knowing where your 11-year-old daughter is and you don't report it?
Yeah, I haven't followed that case very closely, but I have listened to a few channels that have, and it seems like that there's something really suspicious about that mom and stepfather,
right,
regarding her disappearance. I think a lot of people feel like she's probably, either been trafficked or, she's been unalived. But the chances of getting her, finding her safe are diminishing each day.
Yeah. I think it's the more I was reading about it, because I'm going to do some videos on it and try to do some lives on it. I'm thinking something happened in the house and the mama and the stepdad both know about it and they're just not talking.
Oh yeah, that's very suspicious. I haven't heard of that case either, but that sounds very suspicious. But in little JJ's case, when you have children that small, you don't even sleep.
No.
Like that. You're not you're always on alert.
Right. I mean, if there's a chance that you're going to go to sleep, well, because usually kids that little, you sleep when they sleep, but you lock your doors.
Right.
You have it where if they get up, you can hear them, and then you get up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like
and now they've got those locks that are like higher up on the doors. You can put them higher up on the doors where there's no way a kid could get to them.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you have to lock them in the house like you do some, Alzheimer's, dementia patients if you're trying to, keep them at home.
So they don't wander off.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Like I said, it's just
that's
that
the way to put it.
I mean, yeah, because if you go if they go outside and play, you go outside and watch them. You don't let them out of your sight. I don't know. Apparently, the parents went all out happy. Oh, she's talking about something else. Okay, but yeah, this I don't know. We don't hear too often though a happy ending to a
No.
missing child's case. So
Yeah. But the dramatics in this case, the Idaho 4,
uh
is
huh.
insane. For JLR to have a issue with it, I watched one of his lives. I mean, some people like him, some people don't like him. He's more like of a controversial person or
Right.
creator. So for him to have an issue with it, I was like, oh wow, okay, this is bad. With the
Yeah.
whole Justin thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. JLR. The guy has a good heart. I mean, he really does.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, like I said, I don't like everything that he puts out, but I usually if I see something he's put out, I try to watch it just to see if there's any kind of good information in there. I did like it when he was in Idaho and he was covering the case up there because he showed um like where the car was found on the CCTV footage at like what time was it? 3 something in the morning at the gas station. Like he drove from that gas station to the girl's house. And on a map, if you look at it, you're going to think that it takes 10 minutes to get there because it looks like it's so far away. But he literally drove it in under 3 minutes. So he kind of put things into perspective where we could see it firsthand, even though we wasn't there to see it firsthand.
well, he's got some gumption because he cracked me up when they were taking Richard Allen to the courthouse, and Allen got out of the van, and JLR's hollering, "Why'd you do it, Richard? Why'd you murder those two girls?" I mean, he was hollering at the top of his lungs, and I thought the
Yeah.
law enforcement people were like going to come over there and shut him up, but they were just chuckling in a way.
Yeah. He's you have to watch him because there was it I think it was it Murdoch. Did I seen a picture? It must have been Murdoch because Bryan Inton was also in the background. And if it wasn't JLR in the background of this picture with his phone, he's got a twin. But it literally looked like he had all you could see was his head sticking out from behind the bushes with his phone taking a picture of Alec Murdoch as they were bringing him into the courthouse.
That sounds like the way he operates.
But I mean, yeah, he puts out a lot of stuff. I wish I would have got to see the part though where where they were searching for JJ, but I haven't got to watch it.
Yeah, he's definitely controversial. Some people like him and some people
Yeah,
don't.
some people don't. Yeah, I would rather watch him though than I would some of the other ones that
Right.
go to these different places.
He's
of these
actually been
cases.
making more sense than some people lately.
Right. I was watching. He did like 3 lives the other day, and I watched all 3 of them, and they were actually like normal, enjoyable things to watch. Where other things I've seen is just like you're kind of like face palm, like hitting
He
your
has
forehead.
his moments. He
Right.
has his moments.
Yeah.
Weren't you the one, Scarlett, that was mentioning that he was like I know he was in Moscow, but like wasn't he like filming some guy that had just gone out the back of a business to smoke a cigarette or something?
Oh, they
And
were
he
mad
was-
at him. They were mad at him because he was filming them.
Yeah.
Now I remember. I don't know about the thing about somebody smoking the cigarette outside the business, but when he was in Moscow, he was walking. He walked from the corner club and was walking the way that Kaylee and Maddie and Hoodie guy did that night, going towards the grub truck. And as he was walking, he went through an alley behind Mad Greek, and he ran into oh shit, I can't remember the guy's name now. Um, but he has a business back behind the Mad Greek or something, and
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
and he kept saying as he was walking away, "Oh my god, that was him! Oh my god, that was him!" And then when he gets in on the street, he was like, "I should have went back and just talked to him and interviewed him." I was like, "Well, it's too late now. He didn't walk 4 blocks."
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That guy was kind of not too friendly looking anyway, though.
Yeah, I forgot what it was he did. Um,
Oh,
but
he had an SA charge years ago.
okay, that might have been what it was. I know he wasn't a good guy. I
No.
do remember that. Like whatever it was he did was like really bad, and I think that's why JLR like walked into the alley, was like trying to look for the business or look, maybe seeing him or something. And then whenever he saw him, I think it might have scared him. And then yeah, like 4 blocks later, he's like, I should have just stopped and talked to him. Like it's too late now. But just him doing that, him walking from the corner club to the grub truck, and was showing like the different businesses in between and where, which I don't think it was cool of him to go to the bank and film like the bank up close and
Right.
personal to the bank, or he went when he was at the corner club, he would go to each one of the doors and was like camera up in the window of the door
Yeah.
filming people inside of it. But just him walking from the corner club to where the grub truck would have been parked that night, we kind of got to see like the way they went, what businesses they would have been passing by. Um, I don't know if it was the same time that night that he was doing it, but there wasn't a whole lot of people. Even when he was walking, there wasn't a whole lot of people out, walking that night. Wasn't really a whole lot of traffic either.
Hmm.
But it's just like when he does stuff like that, I like watching it because it you get a firsthand knowledge of it without being there.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
does it to where it makes sense. It's a lot of funny shit involved with it that he does and says, but um, I think with stuff like that, he does a good job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
I
For
mean,
sure.
I love everyone, so I don't knock anybody's hustle, whatever they do.
Right. Yeah, I mean, some people go, I guess, with good intention, um, and then it turns into a circus at times whenever they go to
Yeah,
different stuff like that. I don't really like watching stuff like that.
I agree.
JLR, I started watching or following him on Gabby Petito. I would much rather him uh I would much rather him see him go out to like he did in Idaho and,
Mhm.
and go around and show the different things than I would see him standing in front of somebody's house screaming and hollering.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't know him from them. I just know him from this case, and actually, because you mentioned him,
Uh-huh.
um, so I don't know all the craziness, but a lot of people say that, a lot of crazy stuff happens. So maybe that's why, you know,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that side.
Well, I mean, the whole time they were looking for Brian Laundrie, and even when they were looking for Gabby, like there was, media was posted out in front of Brian Laundrie's parents' house. JLR and a couple of other uh, YouTubers were out there as well, screaming and, at the laundry house and all that. And that's when I had first heard about him.
Oh, okay.
And like, then they got on Summer Wells' case. Um, and he did some good work on Summer's case too. Like when he went back by himself and he was showing like, around their house and how it looks like what it would have looked like during that time when she went missing.
Mhm.
It was completely different than what we saw whenever they were there in the wintertime.
Mhm.
So, he did a good job at that too. So, and he did a good job, I think, in Idaho, you know,
Yeah,
but yeah, there is some people who like him and some don't,
yeah.
you know.
So what do you guys think about the house being demolished?
Oh, I'm thrilled.
I am too.
I had a
Uh,
feeling a while back when they fenced it, the way
mhm.
they fenced it. I was like, they're gonna demolish, but I was like, no, I maybe they're just doing that so nobody gets in. But when they
Mm.
boarded it up, I was like, okay, they're definitely gonna demolish.
Right. Because, see, a lot of people were saying, well, they just put the boards on the doors and windows to keep, because something about to keep the drones from going up to the windows and doors and looking in and all that. And I thought, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Because there really doesn't need to be any video footage or pictures of the inside of the house out, no more than what it already is.
Right.
So I thought, yeah, that makes sense. If they don't have security there 24 hours, it would make it harder for people to get into it. Uh, I'm just glad that when I woke up this morning, like, first thing I do when I wake up is I search Idaho murders, and the first thing that popped up when I searched Idaho murders on Google was the house is going to be demolished.
Same. I do the same. I'm like, I'm crazy because that's the first thing I look at my phone too.
Yeah, it's Idaho murders. Then I search Bryan Kohberger, and then if there's any other cases like JJ's, I look that up, try to catch up with everything before I even get up out of bed.
But Scarlett, that house is owned by a LLC, right?
Okay, so the way I understood it is the owner he owns all those houses right in that little area right there.
Mm-hmm.
And for each house, he does an LLC for it. Um, so
Okay.
like, trying to think, I think that house was like 1122 King LLC or something like that. And then the one next to it was like 1112 King LLC. Like he names each one of them like an LLC.
Yeah,
Uh,
but it's not a management company.
okay, so the owner lives in Colorado,
Mm-hmm.
but in order for him to have the properties in Idaho, there has to be a property management company. So there is a property management company for each one of the properties that he has.
Okay. So I think what happened is the insurance.
Uh-huh.
Well, first of all, they agreed to demolish it. So then the insurance would cover um the house. And I think that he or they, I don't know, then turned around and decided to donate it to the school because then they wouldn't have to deal with demolishing it and all of
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And then
I
they would
mean,
get that tax cut.
right. That is
Yeah,
true.
for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just glad that, out of anybody that they could have offered it to do whatever they wanted with, they gave the first option to the college, and the
Yeah.
college accepted it and was like, we're going to tear it down. Like, no questions asked. We're going to demolish it. We don't know
Yeah.
what we're going to do as far as a memorial and where we're going to put it at, but the house is coming down. Now, I do kind of wish, even though it is an eyesore and it's a bad memory, Mandy, have a good night. And what happened there is very sad and very tragic. I do kind of wish, though, that they would wait until after the trial,
Yeah.
just in case there's
Yeah.
something that they need with the house. Even though they did 3D scans and all this and that, and I think there was like 4,000 pictures that was taken and all this different evidence and all this and that out of the house. I
Mhm.
still think that they should wait just in case.
But they didn't say when they're gonna demolish it, right? They
Um,
haven't said when.
it's supposed to be during the spring semester, I believe is what it said on one of the things that I read.
Oh, okay.
It's when they were planning on doing it. It was like after the spring semester. I think it's after the spring semester starts. Is when
Yeah,
they're supposed to
I
do it.
wish they would wait too, because I mean, not to compare the two, but it's almost like an autopsy. Once you do it, and then you
Like,
cremate, and then oh, wait a minute,
yes,
it's it's too late.
that's what I was about to say. It's kind of like that. Like, you don't want to cremate the body until the case is closed and whatever happened with as far as the case, just in case. Like,
Yeah.
there something may come up, um, and if the house is gone, like, you can't go back to it. And same thing with, like you're saying, if you cremate a body, you can't exhume it if something else comes up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like that.
Yeah, because if they were to rent that house again, right,
Uh-huh.
the biohazard to clean that house would be a lot of money,
Oh mercy, yeah.
Oh yeah.
$100K or more, and that's even if they could completely clean it because they would have to probably take some walls out and
Oh, they would have to tear it down probably to the studs, and then probably there would be some what do they call the boards around the bottom flooring?
The floor joist.
Yeah, around the edge of the house, like where the blood came out of the house, that would
Yeah.
need to be replaced. Like the blood is still even on the outside of the house.
mm-hmm.
They never clean that off either.
Yeah.
Like they would have to completely rip everything else out, all the walls and everything throughout the entire house. Uh, I just it would be better to tear it down, and if they decide to rebuild, I think that would be better than trying to completely gut the house and redo it and knowing what happened in that house.
Yeah. Could you imagine all of the like how contaminated the ventilation system is with all
Oh yeah.
the odors
Yeah,
that went through there?
yeah. I just hope that if they do rebuild, that they completely change the landscape of the property too,
You
and
think
not rebuild back into the hill and have a similar type house of what they have now. I hope it's like completely different, makes it look completely different, whatever it is that they build.
Oh, so they haven't committed to like building a park or anything.
Uh-uh. No, they don't know what they're going to do with it. Just that the house is going to be tore down. Nothing,
Oh,
nothing, anything past the house being tore down. They haven't discussed it yet or said anything about it.
I don't think they'll build more housing there. I think they'll build like a library, a little park, or even parking. I don't
Mm. Somebody, actually, two people now said maybe make it like into a little dog park because I'm sure a lot of the kids around there has dogs. You
hmm
know, make it into a little dog park.
know. Murphy Park.
Right? That would be awesome. Murphy
It
Mm-hmm.
would
Park.
be.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would. And then they're supposed to do the memorial on campus, but the university president is saying that they're trying to get some of the students involved and try to figure out where they're going to put the memorial. They're going to do it for those four kids and the others who have passed away. So I'm assuming Hannah and Hudson. They already have the other girl. I can't remember her name. That was dating the professor, and it kind of turned into a murder suicide thing, and she passed away. Um, I can't remember her name, but they did a bench for her, like a memorial bench on the campus. Um, so I
I
think
never
they're
heard
also.
about that case.
Yeah,
Wow.
I can't remember her name, but she was dating the a professor there, and she was a student at the college.
Wow.
Um, I, I've got her name. It's wrote down in one of my notebooks here. But they did do a memorial bench for her on the property. Um,
Oh, wow.
and the tulip farm that Ethan worked at
Yeah.
was they've come out with Ethan Smiles tulips
Yeah.
and then the Forever Sister tulips, and they said on their website they were going to build gardens. I'm assuming at the university, so maybe that'll all tie in with the little memorial thing that they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
With the tulips and everything that the college is planning on doing. So
I just, I can't help but think that because, colleges they're a business and they're in business to make money. And part
right,
of me wonders if, the cash cow is gonna, rule and, and they'll
mhm.
build, um, another rental home or something, or, make it I guess, official dormitory or something. I don't know how they would do
Yeah,
it. Makes me
the other houses that are the little blue houses, well, not little blue
wonder.
houses, but the blue houses next to the girl's house.
Hmm.
Um, it was like, I guess you would call 'em maybe like a duplex. It was like
Hmm.
multiple houses within the house or whatever.
Hmm.
I could see them doing something like that. I still don't think anybody would want to live on that property. I
Yeah,
really don't. Even if they tore the house down and completely rebuilt. I mean, I wouldn't want to live on that property.
I wouldn't
Um,
either.
so I think they would get better use out of like a dog park, like someone said, um,
Yeah,
or something like that. Something that the community could use and it be a happy place instead of, oh God, there's the property where the Idaho 4 were murdered. Like,
Right.
make it something good
Turn a
should come out of
negative into
a
a positive.
positive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they could do an exorcism and throw holy water and everything else on that
Whoa.
property. And I never want.
I mean, honestly, and I said that earlier.
Gregory.
On a serious note, I do think they should bless that once the house is gone. I think they should bless the property.
Yeah,
I
me
really
too.
do. Just because it's like just even it was bad enough looking at it before they boarded it up,
It
but
was.
now that they boarded it up, it's just it looks like you look at it and it's a condemned house where 4 kids were murdered.
Yeah.
Like that reality sets in that's what it is, and it's just a heavy energy just looking at the pictures. Very sad
Right.
and depressing. Like they need to make something into that property that's gonna be positive and have a better feeling to it.
Yeah, I had commented in the chat early on. I said, I bet even the cockroaches are scared to be inside that house.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's just I could imagine what it looks like on the inside still. Like if they haven't went in, because there was a TikToker that did, and the only reason why I know it was a TikToker is because I saw, and I think I showed it the other night. There was a screenshot of the TikTok video,
Mhm.
and it had there was a van out in the front. Let me see if I can find the picture, because I can't remember exactly. I think this is it. Let's see, what did it say? Disaster response team on the van, and I'll
Oh
pull the
yeah.
picture back up. So I don't know if they were there to clean up the inside of the house, or if that's the ones that was there boarding the house up.
Oh,
Because if you look on it, and I'll try to zoom in a little bit, the front door, like everything else is boarded up except for the front door, and it's still got the wreath on it. So I'm wondering if they covered the door up with a wreath on it. Like I don't know why the wreath bothers me so bad, but
yeah.
it's like it kind of gave it like
Yeah,
a little bit
it's
of normalcy with the
yeah.
wreath on it. I don't know why I have that thought, but
Yeah, but it's not a happy place.
it's not. It really isn't. No, it's really not.
That's why that's what really for the longest freaked me out was after the crime, seeing those good vibes signs lit up
Right.
inside.
Yeah. And all these different videos that the girls did while they were there. And there was one I seen on Facebook. Somebody said that they had watched the documentary on, I think it was 2020 or one of those shows, and they said they were doing fine until it got to the part of Ethan and Hunter, his friend Hunter, was in the kitchen. They were singing and they were happy and all that. And it was like after that, they couldn't finish watching it because that was like the part that they got to that like broke them down. How happy the kids were, and then something like that happened. Hey Norman, how are you?
Yeah.
So you remember the white truck passing by Kaylee and Maddie in the video walking from the corner club? Well, that truck is at Brant Kopacka's parents' house. Yeah, Norman, I've seen that. I don't know if this is the exact same truck, because the one in the video is kind of hard to look at, but it does look a lot like it.
Yeah. At this point, I just think that if there were other people involved and it doesn't come out, then it probably never would come out. I mean, that's just how I see it now. I mean, there's a trial or a preliminary hearing, in June, and hopefully that'll be enough to
schedule a trial.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably have someone or some people in mind, but they don't have enough evidence, is what I think.
That could very well be.
Yeah.
Because I've always, I don't know, it's just, I don't know. And then the other part that gets to me is that basically the PCA is saying that there was 2 people to each room, right? So So one of the persons in each room had defensive wounds because they must have been aware that the other person was possibly being, hurt. So they were fighting back. So to me, it doesn't make sense, or I just find it unbelievable that none of that was heard, or nobody like ran out or something. Like to
Yeah.
me, it just.
I still think, and I was critical of Dylan in the beginning. Still have questions about her, but I'm not going to go too hard on her. I just do believe that she heard what happened, and they didn't put that in the PCA, so we kind of got to wait because they only put enough in the PCA in order to get the arrest warrant. So it's like one of those things. Like, I'm sure there's more, so we just got to wait till the trial the hearing on June 26th, which is actually 121 days from now.
Wow.
Wow.
I was committed last night while I was live. Judy was up here on panel with me, and I got my calendar down. I have one of these like little calendars you get from like the pharmacy or whatever, and I started on June 26th and counted all the way back to last night and numbered each day.
Wow.
And now that it's the 25th, we actually have 120 days.
It still seems like a long time from now.
Oh, I know.
It really does.
I know.
So, Scarlett, is it true that BK he wants to uphold the gag order? Is that true?
Yeah, him and they're putting it out that he does, but I'm sure it's more of his attorney. Like, they want the gag order to stay the way it is.
Okay. I thought I heard that, and I didn't know if that was true.
Yeah. Okay, so it wasn't Ann Taylor, but Ann Taylor has said that she wants to be heard on where the news media and all that are challenging the gag order. She did put it to the judge that she wants to be heard on that matter, as does the prosecutor, Thompson. But the litigating attorney, which is Jay Logston, I believe he's going to be like second chair, co-counsel, whatever for the case. He's the one that actually put it out when Shannon Gray, which is the Gonzalez family's attorney, challenged the gag order. He's the one that responded to it.
Yeah, his little comment I didn't like.
About that. He was kind of snarky with it when he said, well, if they want to speak and give their opinion on it, they can continue to do so like they always have been. Well, technically, they did in the beginning, but since the gag orders came out, I haven't heard them say anything.
Yeah, that was a little petty.
Yeah, and maybe they can if they want to. Hey, Ray, how are you? But they're not going to, because that was the purpose of them hiring Shannon Gray. It's so if they do an interview, they can have their attorney there with them. If he's under a gag order, that they can't have their attorney there if they're doing an interview about the case. So they're not going to do it. And Bryan's attorneys know that, so that's why they want it to be held the way it is, because they know that if it is like that, the Gonzalez family's not going to speak out publicly.
Yeah.
Well, going back to Dylan, and you've never done this, but I got to thinking about it, as far as like, the one TikToker that made those accusations, I think, against a professor was it WSU?
No, it was she was accusing a professor from University of Idaho.
Oh, University of Idaho.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But people better be careful about hurling accusations about Dylan, or they're liable to find themselves in a lawsuit, through her mother.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was going to say something, but I'm trying not to cuss as much tonight.
Just trying to be good.
I'm trying.
I struck a chord. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I was going to say something that this dude who was talking about Dylan and throwing out the accusations that he did, which was completely wrong. He has this little 4-word thing that he says, and I was just gonna.
Which
He
one?
says
Oh.
F around and find out. Well, I think he effed around and he found out, and now he has like completely scrubbed his Twitter account of anything that has to do with Idaho 4.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, he's got on there. He's apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I have autism, and like using autism as an excuse. And I've been picked on my entire life. Okay, well, if that's the case and you've been bullied, then
Why would you do that to other people?
Exactly. Thank you, White Widow Baby. She said contribution to the swear jar. Fuck around and found out.
Well, you know
Thank
what
you.
that tells me is he got what's called a cease and desist letter.
I think that's what happened, because the things that he was saying, he literally put a video out and he put a girl's name out there and said that she's the one who ordered this to happen.
What? Oh
Yes.
my God.
Then he named King Scarlet. She must have dropped off by accident. Let me throw the link back out for her.
Yeah.
Then he threw out 3 other guys' names and said that they were the ones who done it, and was claiming that one of them was Bethany's brother, and that's the reason why Bethany and Dylan didn't get hurt, is because Dylan was good friends with Bethany and her brother wasn't going to let anything happen to him. Well, guess what? The guy that he was saying was Bethany's brother, it's not Bethany's brother. Like he was just hurling these people's names out that have more than likely absolutely nothing to do with this case. And he was saying these people's names and saying these 3 guys did the murders. This girl, which is one of the guy's sister, ordered it to happen, making up accusations about Dylan, claiming he was going to have an interview with her this past Wednesday, like just all kinds of stuff.
Golly.
It was like just ridiculous. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, if what you're saying about Dylan is true, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the case whatsoever. But if she is like that, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares, and it's not your place to put that information out there. And then I was like, I'm wondering if Dylan knows that he's saying this about her, or she give him permission to say this about her. Like, and after a few days, he's scrubbing everything. His computer got hacked and he can't access the internet. And then today, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to hurt people. I'm really kicking myself about it. Like the petty bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like you do this to people and then you're sorry, but then you turn around and you do it again. Like,
Yeah.
You can't apologize. Ask people to forgive you and to trust you and to hear you out. And then later on you turn around and do it again. Because there were several people on it that responded to his tweets. It was like, but you've done this before. It's a never ending thing with him. So it's just a bunch of crazy nonsense.
Well, and it was my understanding that in the case of that professor, apparently her attorney gave that TikToker like more than one chance to shut up.
They sent her, the TikToker, 2 cease and desist letters. She didn't shut up. She kept going with it. Then there was, I believe, some summons to court. She ignored those. Now I've seen where the TikToker is suing the professor for slander and defamation.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how that's going to work out for her. Like, you would have to go to court. If you're going to sue the professor now, that means you got to go to court. When you go to court, they're going to be like, hey, you were summoned to court and you didn't come to court.
Yeah.
Like, you're doing things backwards. You were supposed to come to court when you were being sued. So I don't know. This whole case is just it's a mess, honestly.
Yeah.
Hey, Scarlett. Hello, Gregory.
Hey, Stone Gator. How are you?
I'm good. I came up to talk about that Justin dude, but as I was coming up, You said what I wanted to say, and I didn't want to just drop down, so I'm like sitting here patiently waiting for my turn. But I agree. I think that law enforcement, even the feds, were watching this Justin dude. I believe, like you said, he did get a C and D. But I think there could have been more to it, more than just a C and D because of the topic and because of what he was saying and everything. I think he really, yeah, I think he's really
I think he
like
got
it's
a.
not over with
I
with
think he
him.
got a knock on his door. I think that's what he got. For real. Because
What
he
was he
was
a local guy? Was he
no,
someone?
No.
he's from the Chicago area. But see, there's a case out in this little it's called Oak Park, which is they said was like an hour south of Chicago.
Yeah.
And there was this man and woman. They were a couple, but they wasn't married. But they were prominent attorneys in that area. Hey, Tonka. And they were murdered. They were both stabbed to death, and their dog was stabbed, but the dog didn't die. He was they what was said was the dog was stabbed to quiet the dog down. Um, well, this Justin dude come out and was saying that Chief Fry, the Moscow Police Department chief, is the one that committed the murders, and that he had been arrested for it and was in FBI custody.
Even
Like,
Chief probably could have put that C and D on him. I didn't even think about that. It might,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it was probably Chief Fry and like just saying his name, bam, C and D. You know what I mean?
right.
So
This
You're not
dude,
kidding.
he threw out, and I'm gonna tell you right now, he may have autism. I'm not gonna say that he don't, but just because you have autism, it's not gonna make you say the stuff that he was saying. I know I have a son with autism. It doesn't make you make bogus claims, and then whenever you get heat put on you about it and you get backlash put on you about it, then just you saying, oh well, I have autism, I'm sorry for what I done, does not help. It doesn't make it go away, you know.
yeah,
Uh,
that's
the
just
the
like people with mental health illnesses paying people. Oh,
Right,
I have this disease. So guess what? You still going to that you know what I mean? Like
right.
just because I have BPD doesn't mean I can go out and do some horrendous crime and say, "Oh well, I have BPD. It's okay."
Yeah, and that's what he was like. He said, well, it's not an excuse, but I have autism. Okay, but that didn't make you throw four people's names out that probably have absolutely nothing to do with the case, four innocent people, and said that they committed a murder and the other one ordered it to be done. Like, you can't say stuff like that about people.
Well, I
You
And
have
just you
obviously
can't.
been under a big old rock because I didn't even know about this person.
Oh, I did a video on it
Did you? Okay.
couple of nights ago. I was mad because he was saying stuff about Ethan and Xana, and it pissed me off that he was saying these things, saying that they wasn't in a real relationship, that they were pretending that they were. Um, that Ethan
No.
was into guys and Xana was just pretending to be his girlfriend to, uh, to make it not put it out there that he's into guys and all this and that. And it pissed me off because Ethan's not here, and neither is Xana, to defend themselves. Don't say something like that about a victim. And like I said, I've had questions about Dylan, about things that she said, and in the PCA and all this and that. But I don't want her to get hurt either by this guy's lies and accusations and everything else. And the things that he was saying about Dylan, even if they were true, it's not his place to put it out. It's If
Yeah.
Dylan is like that, it's her story. It's her thing to put that out there when she feels comfortable with doing it. And he just like blabbed it with her, and she's not what he was saying she is, but it's just the fact that you're sitting here and you're talking about people who cannot defend themselves. Dylan can't because of the case. She's more than likely under a gag order, and Ethan and Xana's not here to defend themselves.
Wow.
And I was so mad. They said that they could hear me gritting my teeth the other night. I was so mad. It was just
I'll have to go back and watch that video.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Gregory. Where have you been?
Oh, I've just been away a bit, but hopefully
That's
I'll
why
be
you don't know who Justin is. You have to stay up and watch Scarlet every single night.
I know. I always learn.
Sometimes though you have to take a mental break from this case.
Yeah,
You really do.
yeah. So to be honest with you, just some of the I don't know what it is, but just all of the cases just kind of weighed on me.
Mm.
And I'm not even a creator, but like the one down in Louisiana really just tore me up. The girl, the LSU student, and that's the second
Oh,
one, the
yeah, Madison Brooks. Yeah.
yeah, and then there was another one, not probably I don't even know if it's been a year ago. Um, Young lady that was a student there was gunned down in her car
Mhm.
um, after she left work while she was sitting at a railroad crossing.
Yeah.
And no, I just worry about like the amount of justice that's going to be done in that case for
The LSU girl that recently happened.
Yeah, that's Madison Brooks.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
If I'm not mistaken, I think they've got all of them boys in jail too, all four of them.
yeah.
I think that's what I
They ought
read.
to put them under the jail, in my opinion.
Yes. And I think the one of them, one of the boys that they are saying ard her, I think maybe he was arrested and got out on bond for her stuff, and then he ended up getting arrested again. I'm gonna have to go back and find that article. I read it the other day, but I've read so much stuff since then. But I want to say that he got arrested again. That another lady or another girl has came out and said that he did the same thing to her. Um, and I believe that there was another one before Madison that he did too. And one of the girls that has came out, it was basically exactly the same thing that happened to Madison happened to this girl, only she didn't get hit by a car and pass away, but it was at the same bar and everything. Like, everything else that happened the same way with her. And so he
Well,
began charged for that.
the thing that really upsets me about those type of situations is those people usually have a rap sheet a mile long. So why in the heck are they on the street to begin with?
And able to do it to someone else, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And what makes it even worse is that there was two guys in the front seat of that car that night that was
Mhm.
watching it happen.
Well, they
And didn't try to
probably,
stop it.
my guess is, and I mean, I guess that probably, well, I don't think it stays in the system that long, but they probably drugged her, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Wouldn't surprise me if they did.
And you know what else? Scarlet, excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Like right before that happened or right after that happened, there was a mass shooting in Baton Rouge at a club. And I never heard anyone talk about it. And I'm like, dude, I hate when something happens in Louisiana because ain't nobody talk about it. Like that little boy, remember from New Orleans or somewhere, St. Bernard Parish or something like that.
Oh, yeah, they
Um,
still haven't found him yet.
See, I never heard anyone else talk about it before before I heard it from you. I
Mhm.
never heard anyone else talk about it. And I'm like, dude, y'all don't like my state or something? What the heck?
Yeah. And you know, I saw the Madison Brooks stuff.
Mhm.
It's a very touchy subject with what
Yeah.
happened to her.
Right.
Um, so I kind of was weighing my like, do I need to talk about it? Like, they got the guys in jail, you know, and stuff like that. So I kind of stayed away from it a little bit just because of what happened to her, like what these guys did to her. Like, because some people, um, it's a very touchy subject, and I've seen that whenever the whole Jared thing came out and he was arrested for that.
Right.
Um, I've seen like a lot of people in chat were talking about like experiences with it, and I was kind of like, yeah, I just kind of like if it's brought up in chat, I'll discuss it, but I don't really want to do, it's too triggering for some people.
Yeah, and there's you've always got that one person that victim blames too.
Yeah, and so I kind of stayed away from it as far as like putting it out, but I did keep up with it, and just like I didn't know about the shooting at the club down there. I didn't even I've never heard of that until Stone Gator just mentioned it.
I didn't know about it either.
And the little boy that went missing, that his parents took him out of the hospital, and they last time I checked, they don't even know where they're at.
Wait, what happened? What?
This little boy, his parents brought him to the hospital because I don't know if he got he overdosed on cocaine, is all we know. I don't know if how he got to it. I'm sure the parents left it down. But they brought him in. He had to be intubated, and he was in the PQ, the pediatric ICU. And the hospital, by law, they had to call DCF. And so DCF comes in, and there was a verbal thing where the state of Louisiana was to take custody of this little boy. And so the DCF agent goes into the room with the nurse, and the little boy's gone and the parents are gone, and they have no idea where they're at. They took this baby and left with him, and him in that type of shape. So we don't know where he's at. They don't know, if the baby's still alive, if they took him to a different state, to another hospital. I don't know what happened to him. And
did you say why?
Huh?
Did Gregory say why?
Why? No, I didn't say why. No, I didn't say why.
I thought that's what you said. Sorry.
I mean, you would think that they would have all that on video, because hospitals have all that, all those cameras.
Yeah.
My question is, if he was in ICU, there's private nurses for each ICU patient.
Right.
Well, at least for adults. So I'm assuming for kids, it's got to be. So how did they just walk out of ICU with their child when they're supposed to have private nurses?
That's a great point.
That's what I was wondering, because usually, like in a NICU, they basically just got all the babies out in one big open room, but they're all in their little area in the NICU.
Yeah.
So they're not in separate rooms or whatever. But I'm wondering if the PQ or the pediatric ICU, if it's the same way, or if they're in individual rooms, because it seems like if he would have been in ICU, there's usually the ICU rooms are right there at the nurse's station. Like the nurse can stand behind the nurse's station and see inside of all of the rooms. So I was wondering if maybe they had done taken him out of ICU and put him in his own room, and that's how they got him out, because they never clarified if whenever he left, if he was still intubated and in ICU.
Oh, I don't think he could have lived if they had taken him out of there.
No, because he was there for a couple of days before they left with him.
Wow.
So, I don't know if he got better, because that was one thing that I would always wonder, because they never, like I said, they never confirmed. Was he still in ICU? Was he, was he still intubated? Or was he just in a regular room? And the parents took off with him, and they have no idea where he went.
I highly, seriously doubt that he was intubated, because they would not have been able to take that out and to get him out of there. Right. Especially he had an IV, I'm sure.
Which they would have had to have taken out of him before they left the hospital.
Right. And how many minutes was it? Did they say before they realized, or how many minutes did it take for them to go? Do you remember?
I don't think they ever said how long. I don't like, I'm wondering when the last time that was that the nurse or a doctor even seen the little boy before they realized that they were gone.
Oh, I thought they had a time limit. But anyway, I mean, you just can't do all of that before somebody comes walk through the door, especially as fast that, as not fast, but as many times as nurses go into rooms to do this and that, and he's a toddler.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he's going through this overdose that he's trying to recover from. And I just don't understand why the parents were there at all. They should have never been there. So fault on state of Louisiana, definitely. And I can't believe auctioneers let that happen.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't like. You would know that taking an IV out of a toddler, they're going to be screaming. So did the nurses not hear this little boy crying? Like,
The story just doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't.
No, it really doesn't. I'm just puzzled by the whole. I was looking here, so it's a progressive care unit, and it says it provides an intermediate level of patient care that bridges the gap between intensive care and med surge units. But there's still let's see, looking here, they're still under constant monitoring as far as all of their vital signs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if a parent went in there and disconnected stuff, they're going to have
it's supposed to be an alarm that goes off that the nurses could hear at the nurses station.
Right. That just is crazy.
Yeah, I don't. And unless they just called the nurses in other rooms and hurry up and got the baby out of there, I don't know.
They wouldn't have had time to do it. I don't know, and especially that this is my thing. That he came in with an overdose of something, right?
Cocaine, yeah.
He should have immediately been isolated from his parents from that moment on, because the state was coming in, the law enforcement was coming in.
That's what I didn't understand. Why did they let the parents stay around him? Why didn't they have a DCF agent come in and stay with him?
Yeah, that's a good
point. And they do that. When I lived back home, I worked at Terrebonne General in the ER, and they do that there. That's what I don't understand. And auctioneers of all hospitals,
it's like what our
the best
top
hospitals.
Yeah. It's one of our top hospitals in Louisiana.
Yeah. So it's like, for them to let that happen. Do you have any kids from even where I'm from that goes to New Orleans, auctioneers' children, and I went to auctioneers across the street from Children's?
Yeah, it's like the top, just like we have like the LSU hospital in Shreveport. And I believe now it has changed to Ochsner's, I believe. But that's what I don't understand. Like, how did they let this happen?
That's why they're not talking about it, Scarlett.
It's like it's the number one medical group or hospital group, whatever you want to call it, that Louisiana has. Just like LSU, when the hospitals were all LSU, LSU Medical School, the medical school part of it is like the number one college in Louisiana. LSU hospitals, even though it's like a government type hospital or whatever, it's still the best hospital. They had the best doctors. They have the best trauma unit. Yeah.
Yeah, Charity Hospital down south is auctioneers now too.
Yeah. And so like the one in Shreveport, the LSU hospital in Shreveport, that I want to say that it's changed to auctioneers too, but it has the best trauma unit in northern Louisiana. Like the medical school is at the hospital. Like that's where they teach the LSU students that are in the med school. It's like the best we got. And the same down south and throughout the state, like Ochsner's and LSU health system is the best we have. I can't believe that they let two parents take a baby out of the hospital that had overdosed on cocaine under their care. You know,
Yeah.
they just let these people walk out and have no idea where this baby is.
So that was just back in February. I mean, early part of this month.
Yeah, it hasn't been long ago, and I didn't check it today. Let's see, Saint Bernard Parish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. So different last names between the two adults they're looking for. That's interesting.
Yeah, one was I think the guy was the boyfriend
Okay.
of the mom.
And see, to begin with, like whenever I was reading it the other night, it was like a top on the list on the Google search, and now it's about a toddler from 2018 in Saint Bernard Parish.
Yeah, whenever I tried to look it up the other day, that's all I could find too. And I'm like, what the heck? But then listening to you tonight, Louisiana effed up really, really bad, Scarlett. They're not going to
They
talk
do.
about it. Like
Right,
they
exactly. Yeah.
they dropped the ball so freaking bad. They're not
Yeah.
going to talk about that. They're so screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this article says baby still missing from state custody. Yeah, they don't want that out, you know?
Yeah, they don't even know if this baby is even still alive.
Yeah, that's
That's
crazy.
what I wanted
That's
to
what's bad.
ask. I wonder if they searched around the hospital.
I don't know. Didn't it say? Yeah, just that they were known to be driving a white Dodge pickup truck, but it didn't even say that they even like, check the camera systems or anything. Because like in down in that area, there's a lot of parking garages. Um, did they check parking garages? Did they check the cameras from the garages? Did they check the hospital parking lot? Did they like to figure out which direction they went? They didn't. They don't say anything like that.
Can you request FOIA? Can you do FOIA requests for that case? See if they'll give it to you.
I probably can, but if it's still an open case, they probably won't give me anything.
Right, I know, but we wouldn't know if it was. I mean, if they say no, then we know it's an open case. If they say, you know what I mean, because it might be a closed case, and that's why they're not saying anything. Or it could be it's still an open investigation, but why aren't they saying anything? Why aren't they asking people to look for this family? I mean, this boy is in imminent danger. You know what I mean?
There's not even a
Right.
picture of him. There's a picture of the parents, but there's not even a picture of this little boy. So if I was to do a whole live to this missing 2-year-old boy, nobody knows what he looks like. I mean, they could have taken him and handed him to a family member or to a friend, and nobody would know that this little boy's missing because there's no Amber Alert for him, unless they recently did one. Hold on, let me look for the Amber Alert.
There's probably no BOLO out for a white Dodge truck either.
They don't even say the year model of the truck. There's no plate number. There's no nothing. So is it an older white Dodge pickup? Is it a newer model? Is it 4-door? Is it 2-door?
I would be telling law enforcement to look at every single white Dodge. I don't care. You know what I mean? Year or not. If you see a white Dodge, stop it. Because this baby was taken out of the hospital. He was there for a reason. He was overdosed. His baby's body was killing from all these chemicals it was just given. Obviously, too many chemicals, it almost took his life.
Right.
Yeah.
Like there's no, I don't see, sadly, I don't see them being able to take care of the baby in the capacity the hospital would be able to. And I really
Right.
don't think that the baby's alive.
No, I doubt it either, honestly. My guess is they're probably holed up with relatives or friends because you think about it. I mean, how do these people survive? I mean, you don't keep going to work every day when you're wanted.
Exactly. Like where they got to be getting money from somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, my ex is wanted in 3 states and has a very good construction job and does meth and goes to work every day. And, he's ADHD, so it kind of just mellows him out. But yeah, he does. Well, he did have a good job in Texas and he has warrants in Texas, in Louisiana, and here.
Oh my gosh.
And he's wanted on a parole violation in Louisiana. And you just gotta, I mean, it's not through a major corporation company, it's a privately owned construction company.
Mhm.
But you know, he doesn't need an ID really and all that. They just pay you, you know what I mean?
Right.
Most of those pay cash,
Yeah.
so there's
But he
no.
gets a check because they write the check out to some other guy and cashes it for him. You know, they like there's
Okay.
always a way to find, you know, where
Right.
there's a will, there's a way, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So especially if you're a drug addict, as they have to have been if the baby overdosed on cocaine or whatever it was, you know, they had to have been an addict for the baby to get it. Obviously, you know,
Right.
in my opinion,
Right.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
they had to have a job or they had to be selling. And you can't really sell something that you're an addict of. That's just a fact.
Now, what do you mean, Stone Gator? What do you mean?
You cannot. Okay, so I was addicted to meth. When I was on meth, there's no way I could have sold it. When you're on and when you're addicted to a drug,
Uh-huh.
you cannot be a dealer of that drug because you're going to take more because you have more, and then you're going to wind up
You would be
owing.
using your product instead of
Yep,
making money. You would be.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
owing
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense.
Sorry if I didn't explain. Yeah, and that's what my cousin here does with fentanyl pills. He does fentanyl pills and trying to sell it. Like you still owing the dealer. You know what I mean? Like you
Right.
still owe because you're doing it and you have it there to sell, so it's easily readily available. You know what I mean? So you're going to use
Hmm.
more, and yeah, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and you're going to end up owing the person that you're getting them from, and eventually it's going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to pay it back.
Yeah.
No, I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, there is absolutely no active Amber Alerts right now.
Wow.
And the other day when I looked on here, there was a baby. I believe it was the one that was missing in Alaska. I believe it's the Amber Alert that they had on here, and now that one's not on here. Is Tonka still in here?
There's
Uh,
no Amber Alerts across the country right now.
there's absolutely none that I'm seeing.
That's
Wow.
ins- that's very
Oh
good
wait,
if
hold
that's
on.
correct.
No. Wait. I was wrong. Wait. Have I checked her Venmo? Oh no. Wait, what up, baby? I haven't checked the Venmo for. Okay, never mind. Yes, I was wrong.
Venmo Queen.
I was wrong. There is Amber Alerts. Hold on. Let's see. I had to expand for the details. Okay, so Tonka, that baby was found. Okay, so that's another good thing then. Okay.
That was one in Alaska, you said?
Yeah, Tonka was telling us about it the other night, and when I went to see, whenever you go to the missing and exploited children website, if there's an
Mhm.
Amber Alert, it's like they have it right there, like the baby, the kid's picture, and all that. But there wasn't one. I had to like scroll down further, and then expand it for more details, and it's showing now all the Amber
Okay.
Alerts. So let me see if I can find Louisiana. Like this, is this all of them? There's not one for Louisiana. They have
Oh,
some
Oh,
wow.
for Arizona, California, Connecticut, DC, Florida, Michigan, Missouri, North Dakota, Jersey, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Washington. That's all they got Amber Alerts for.
Summer's still on Amber Alert, right? Or no?
Yes, she's still on here.
Maybe they know, like everybody else. Of course, they know more than we do. Maybe they know that the baby's gone, and they just haven't come out with anything because they know that the state's going to come after that hospital because they failed that baby. And maybe that's why they're not talking about it. So that's why I was like, do you want to try to do a FOIA request and see if they reply anything back to you?
Yeah, I could do that. I could send it in an email and just see if they're going to give me anything on it. Because I
All
mean,
they can do is say no.
if they write me back and are like, we have to deny the request because the case is still open, then more than likely they haven't found the baby.
Right.
So let's see. He was found safe while he was arrested. Oh, Tonka. Okay, that's well. At least he was found safe. I hate that his mama was murdered, but I'm glad he was found okay.
Who?
The baby that was missing in Alaska, Tonka said that he was found safe and the father was arrested for murdering the baby's mama.
Oh, wow. I think I heard about that. Reba says there's a little boy from Covington today. Everyone back home is sharing it on Facebook.
Let's see, wait, Reba, there's a little boy missing in Covington. What parish is Covington in? Oh shit, I'm gonna have to. Covington. Oh shit, I don't even know what parish. Reba, do you know what St. Tammany? Okay. Parish missing.
I only know the parishes around where I live. Like, do you know parishes in other states?
We're the only state that has parishes. I mean, like, I know all the ones in Northwest Louisiana, and then I know Lake Charles is in Cameron. No, Cameron's Cameron Parish. Lake Charles is Calcasieu. And I think that's it. I know there's like St. Tammany Parish, there's Plaquemine Parish. Like, I know the parishes and about where they're at, but I don't know the little towns and what parishes each one of them are in.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Terrebonne Parish.
I'm in Tennessee. We've got mountains, hollers, and valleys. I don't know anything about parishes.
Yeah.
A lot.
We're the only state that has parishes.
Louisiana and Alaska.
Let's see. Wait, what about Alaska?
They have parishes too.
Do they really? I thought Louisiana was the only one.
There's 2 states, Alaska and Louisiana, and Arizona and Hawaii doesn't change their time. Those are the only 2 states.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. H-Town Finest. So a parish is like, our parishes are like a county. We just call them parishes here. Hey, Justine, how are you? Okay, I gotta find Reba's thing. See, they said they found him. Okay, yeah, send it to me. That way I'll know what I'm looking for. Okay, let me see what else.
What is the latest on Monkey? Have y'all heard? Have they?
I hadn't heard anything.
No,
there's nothing.
Let's see. I gotta catch back up here now.
Yeah, I figured you lived in Houston, H-Town Finest.
I think I found a picture of the 2-year-old. Let me. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait, little baby. I just seen where you told me to go check my email. Okay, let's see.
White Widow Baby and Crime Crazy they're like they're like so amazing.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
They're like always on it.
They sure are.
Okay. Oh, this is her. That's her Facebook. Okay, so she studied at Nunez Community College, lives in New Orleans. Okay. I'm trying to see what all it says about her. I wonder if this is this the same guy though that's with her?
His name is Jonathan Kritzman.
Yeah, but there's in this picture. There's a guy. I don't know. Okay, okay. White Widow Baby says it's him, but in these pictures, he was way bigger than what he is in this picture where they're showing that this baby's missing. But I wonder who this other girl is here with them. I wonder if that's their daughter. And I don't want to show her picture because I don't know how old she is. She looks like she's young, so I don't want to pull her picture up. But the baby in this one, he was little. He was probably close to a year old. Okay. Possibly daughter, sister. Okay, yeah. If you find anything else out on it, wait, little baby, let me know. Reba, were you able to find a screenshot of the little boy you were talking about? Go to my other email. That was from a year. Okay, so he was close to a year old, and these in emailed you the link. Okay, let me grab it real quick. Okay, missing, found, safe, nonverbal 8-year-old reported missing. Okay.
She said it's all over WWL TV.
Okay. Let's see. Let me pull it up here.
Did you say a nonverbal 8-year-old?
Yeah, but he's been found now.
Oh,
Is what
okay.
yeah. That's the one that she was saying was missing, but
Oh,
they're saying that he's been found. So,
awesome.
where did the article wait? Why is the article not showing?
Sorry, H Town Finest comment was
Okay.
funny. What was the
Third
guy's
world
name
knowledge,
again?
knowledge. Which guy?
White What a Baby said. What did you say the guy's name was again?
Oh,
It's Jonathan Kritzman, Kritzman.
and his first name is spelled John
Yeah,
instead of
isn't that
just
weird?
Jo. Yeah, usually it's Jon, but that one's spelled different.
Yeah.
Okay, now I got this little boy's thing pulled up here again, and I bet your ass when I go to show it on my screen, it's gonna mess it up again, just like it did last time. If it does, I'm gonna have it. Oh no, it's still there. Okay. So what day is this? Okay, so yeah, this is from January 30th. So they found him. They found him a while ago, but yeah, he was 8-year-old from Vermilion. Let's see. It's been found safe, Louisiana. Okay, so yeah, he was a level 2 endangered missing child advisory for him has been canceled. So that's good news. At least he was found safe.
Yeah, but why is
Wait,
it one of those?
I thought it was something recent,
Let's see.
like this month. No, why would they
Unless,
still be talking about it?
let's see. Yeah, because it was updated January the 30th at 6 a.m., 6:42 a.m.
So if he was on that endangered, whatever that was, why is this little 2-year-old not?
Okay, let me go to Twitter then. Now this is Facebook, Louisiana State Police Facebook. So, okay, let me go to Facebook then because Facebook should have something on there.
Level 2 endangered missing child advisory. Why is that 2-year-old not there?
I think they know something.
Yeah, because see, this little boy, the 8-year-old, was a level 2 because of him being nonverbal. Whatever his diagnosis is or whatever, that's what probably put him on a level 2 endangered. But this 2-year-old little boy
Yeah.
should be on there too. I don't understand.
There's a reason he's not. I honestly think that they know that there is no reason to put an Amber Alert out.
Yeah, you may be right. I mean,
Because it has to, Amber Alerts, as we have learned throughout these cases, has to meet certain criteria
Right.
for an Amber Alert to be put out. And obviously there's a reason because we know, Louisiana does put Amber Alerts out all the time. Our phones go
Right.
off,
Oh yeah,
So
no matter
it's
where at in the state, if one goes off, you still get it, and it will keep going off on your phone until you get that you got it.
Right. So there's got to be a reason. Maybe he didn't meet the criteria for an Amber Alert. We just don't know, and that's why nothing's being said. Asking to look for him. White Little Baby says urgent email.
Okay.
Yeah, and it may be too, Stone Gator, that if he, they may have just known based on like what he was being, how he was set up for treatment in terms of, certain machines or something. They may have just known if he was disconnected from them, he wouldn't live.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing on Louisiana State Police. Like they have a level 2 endangered missing kid that was on there from 2021, um, and there's nothing on here about that baby
Yeah.
missing. All right, let me
Yeah.
check my email. I don't understand why
And
they don't have him on there.
Why Little Baby also says send that to her. I don't know what, but send that to her is what she said.
What is it that you want me to send to you?
Man.
That looks
Um,
like okay. His certificates are alarming. Anger management, opiates. Okay, that's him. But let me see. What is this?
Send her the article.
Oh, about the missing 2-year-old. Hold on.
Oh, I got to share one thing that will maybe lighten it up a little bit, but you know, there's that content creator.
I don't know if she likes them creators named or not.
Oh,
No,
okay.
as long as you can mention creators as long as you're not bashing them.
Oh no, no,
If
I'm not
it's
bashing them.
yeah,
Well,
you can mention them.
this is one that let's just say his channel name begins with a color, and I'll leave it at that. But he was covering the Murdoch,
Color?
trial today, and it was so hilarious because when Alex was up there testifying, he had this carnival music playing. like it was just a 3-ring circus listening to what Alex was saying, you know, because they caught the guy in so many lies.
Right.
And
And
admitted to lying so many times. That's the thing. Like
oh
he
yeah,
admitted to it.
Oh,
oh yeah,
him. I watched part of it. Him and the prosecutor, y'all. They were like, the prosecutor would look at Alec, and Alec was like staring back at him, like you're not gonna outdo me in the staring contest.
I know it was funny.
But I'm trying to think, what creator has a that starts with a color? Put it in back chat because you're gonna have me wonder now.
Okay, can I just
Please.
do that under comments here?
Just say it. She said you can
Yeah,
say
as
it. I
long as you're
want
not
to know who
bashing
it
him.
is.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
say his name.
it's that guy named Gray.
Oh, I didn't even
Ray
think about.
Hughes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't even
yeah.
think about him with
I
the.
didn't know he was streaming it.
No, he wasn't Stone Gator. He was actually
Oh, okay.
replaying the proceedings from today. But it was like I said, it was hilarious because he had this carnival music piped in. It was like
I bet you that was funny.
it was hilarious. I laughed, you know, and then of course the people in the chat were, you know, they were you know, sending in the clowns, you know, for the emojis.
Chrome Solver said, "I'm sitting here like purple, orange, red." I was literally trying to think, like,
They do have two creators with purple in their name, though.
yeah, but I was trying to think, like, who was he talking about? This true crime that has a color. I didn't even think about Gray Hughes.
And I was doing the same as Crime Solver, but I was like green, red.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
was. I couldn't figure it out, so I told him just to go ahead and say it. But
King
yeah,
Scarlet, I missed you. Like you dropped as soon as I came up, and I was like, I wanted to say hi. I love her.
Oh, I do too.
yeah, she's very sweet. But yeah, I watched. I don't know. I probably started watching it. It was after they came back from lunch. I started watching the trial because I didn't wake up till like 1 o'clock, and I watched it all the way to the end of it. And yeah, he was like Alec was just wanting to get back with the dude, you know, and
Oh yeah,
he would
yeah.
be like, "No, I dispute that." Well, what is it that you dispute? Well, I dispute this, and this is the reason why. And yeah, he was just like Alec
And
wasn't having it.
they were going back and forth on the chicken.
Oh God, it was almost like they were having a lawyer showdown. Like
It did,
who
yeah.
was the best lawyer? Like Alec was like,
Really.
"You're not like this is my grandfather and great grandfather's courtroom. You're not gonna outdo me."
Yeah, it was funny.
Get CC caught up
I
on it.
still think
Okay, wait,
even
little
on
baby.
the I
Go
still
ahead.
think even on the stand, like he was still trying to take it off of him and put it on the boat thing. But
Yeah.
um but they still got him on that too. Like he wanted to uh somebody to shoot him and kill him
Yeah.
for Paul's
Uh,
sake.
no,
Yeah.
for bus. Well, he wanted somebody to off him, and so Buster, the surviving son, wouldn't have to deal. This is what Alex said on the stand today. That way, Buster wouldn't have to deal with anything that Alec had done wrong, like all of the stuff that he's getting in trouble for now. That his son wouldn't have to deal with, which is kind of a shitty thing because his son would still have to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, people are still going to talk about Alec Murdoch if he would have, been murdered that day by cousin Eddie. People are still going to talk about all the wrong things that he did. So his son would have still had to have dealt with it. So
Well,
that's
apparently cousin Eddie's a bad shot.
yeah. And another thing I didn't like was the prosecutor kept talking about the 12-year-old doing the shooting and all this and that. Shooting Maggie and Paul. He kept throwing in about a 12-year-old, and because they're
Because
claiming,
they're saying that the two shooters were 5'2", both of them. And I guess that's an average height
5'2",
for
5'2" to 5'4" or something like that. And he just kept throwing it out there, and it wasn't like just over and over and over with it. Saying it one time, okay, but just over and over and over with it was kind of like an overkill. Honestly.
Well, if you're sitting on the golf cart,
right?
When you fire, then
And see, I was watching it on Emily D. Baker's channel because she's an attorney, and she's been streaming the trial and talking about it as it's happening. And someone in her chat had brought that up. Well, was it ever mentioned in court about that somebody could have been sitting on the golf cart when the shots happened? And I think she said she had never seen that being brought up.
Yeah, because I think he had both weapons on the golf cart myself.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about that because they kept saying that he ran her leg over with the ATV. Well, unless you consider a golf cart an all-terrain vehicle, which I don't. He ran her over with that golf cart.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't know. That's another sad situation. Like,
I didn't even think about that. Him sitting on the golf cart would obviously make him shorter, but I don't remember what his real height is to know. So obviously Gregory thinks so. So I'm assuming that is so freaking telling.
Because Alec he's a pretty tall dude. I don't know exactly how tall, but I would think probably 6 foot or taller. So yeah, if he's sitting on a golf cart or even a four-wheeler, a UTV or anything like that, it's gonna make him it's gonna make him shorter. And then depending on how you would be holding the gun when you pull the trigger, if you're holding it down by your side and not just actually aiming it, it's gonna make it even lower.
If he's 6'4", then no, he's not 5'2" sitting on a golf cart.
No.
But like you said, he could have leaned down or leaned over or hell. I mean, people are saying he didn't have time to do it. Hell, if he's on a golf court with the two guns right there, and all you gotta do is pow 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 and go off, like just go away. Like it takes. If Bryan could done what he done in the little amount of time he did, you can freaking shoot two people and get out in like 3 minutes.
Well, he could have. I mean, the other thing is too. I mean, he could have easily just crouched. I mean,
that's down on one knee or something like that. Yeah,
crouched.
Yeah. But that's a whole nother sad situation there. Like,
it is.
It came out that he did it because he wanted sympathy from the community, because he knew that all of his financial issues were about to come out. That's no reason to go murder your wife and son.
No.
If you're going to admit to lying, Just go ahead and admit, yes, I lied to everybody. I'm in trouble for it. I will go to court. I will take care of it. Don't go murder your wife and son.
Right. Well, I think that Paul was becoming a liability. You
Oh
know.
yeah, that boy was wild. I watched. I think it was Tad had told me the other night about the thing that they have for Murdoch on Netflix. So yesterday I had to take my mother-in-law to the doctor, and when we got back early enough, I put it on Netflix and I ended up falling asleep. But I did watch some of it,
Mhm.
and some of the stuff that they were showing on there about Paul, like this boy was just. I mean, he was like drinking a lot, uh, liked to party, liked to do, all the hunting and fishing and riding four wheelers, shooting guns, like all of this different stuff.
He was
Okay,
like
Mickey, wait, little baby.
he was like quadruple drunk that night, yo. He like
Oh, he
Yeah,
that was
was.
so
Yeah.
irresponsible. And to just see, I watched the Netflix series as soon as the trial started because I knew nothing of him,
hmm
and it was disgusting.
No, it really was. The fact that they were allowed to drink there anyway, and then to leave, in the first place. I mean, it was a recipe for disaster, is what it was.
yeah,
And where we're so sad is you can see Paul walking along that dock, just
Hmm.
staggering, drunk, looking all, you know. And you
yeah,
see Mallory and what's it, Connor, I think is the name of her boyfriend.
Hmm.
And you see them just holding hands, skipping along behind them, being all lovey-dovey, so happy, and then like less than 10 minutes later, like and they said in the Netflix show that they begged him to not drive the boat.
yeah.
They
To
begged
let somebody else drive, and he
him
wouldn't
to
do it.
drive. He was like,
Yeah,
"I got this," blah blah blah, and so he took the wheel and demanded no one else drive,
yeah.
and this is what happened. And yeah, and they were suing him for what, 30 mil?
I don't know if I've seen that part. I might have been sleeping during that part.
Yeah, I think someone said that the Mallory Beach family sued him for like 30 mil. He didn't have it, this and that,
Yeah,
and I don't
yeah.
know. I just don't know why he would have life insurance on himself and not his family.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I
I
don't
think
know.
Because
I
I
think
mean,
he's shown he's very cold and calculating.
Well, like it was said today when I was watching the trial, he admitted that he was privileged growing up.
Hmm.
His great grandfather, his dad, they were all the solicitors of the district there.
Hmm.
Pictures are hanging up in the courtroom of them. So any time growing up, he was never told no. He was never held accountable for anything that he done wrong. Anytime he got in trouble, his dad was always there to fix it and guarantee you that if his dad was still alive which his dad passed away a couple of days after Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Hmm.
But if his dad was still alive and still able to get up and get around, he would be trying to get Alec off of this too.
Well,
Like
weren't they trying to fix the? Wasn't Alex trying to fix the whole boat accident thing in the hospital by trying to
yeah,
go into
telling them
the
not to
victims'
talk and
rooms and stuff?
yeah, telling them not to talk to people and all
Yeah.
this and that.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, where'd it go? Jesse Katz, did you send me something? Oh shit! Hold on, I can't get back to my email. It was about Murdoch, right? Because I don't want to say your first name on here. Okay, yes.
And did Alex really say that he took 60 oxy cotton pills a day?
Wait, what
oh,
was he rearrested for? Hold on. It says arrest date February 24th, 2023. Warrant on a misdemeanor arrest warrant issued by Colleton, South Carolina. Arrest date additional hold for South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. So what was he arrested for today?
who?
Alec.
I have no idea. I
Ain't
didn't.
he in jail or no?
Yeah, he's in jail. Oh, for contraband.
Contraband.
So
he got caught with oxys in jail.
see, he got popped for contraband after court. So somebody must have handed him something in court today.
He could have got it from jail.
But his sister got in trouble for that too. She had handed his attorney something, and his attorney handed it to him, and then they didn't know what it was, so they made him do drug tests after that.
Oh, he got charged for the book, is what Speculation Station's saying.
For what?
A book?
For the book his sister tried to give him.
Wait.
Remember, it's contraband when the sister tried giving him that book?
Today?
That's what the 3 people in chat are saying.
A book about what?
No, not today. His sister didn't try to give him a book. The other day, when his sister tried to give him a book through the lawyer or something, and they took it because it was contraband. I think they officially charged him with contraband charge today from the previous days. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, there's no doubt he's getting pills in jail. There's no doubt whatsoever.
More than likely, his attorneys are probably giving it to him before court. Hey, Wes, how are you?
That's probably the $50,000 he owes a week right now, because it's probably that much in jail, right?
Probably. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up what she sent to me. I just need to make sure that there's nothing, like none of her personal information on this.
I mean, I don't see how a man could be standing that took 60 of those a day.
But there's people that take what was the guy's name? Shit, I can't remember his name now. He was like on the radio. He had a podcast. What was that guy's name? But anyway, I can't remember his name now. He was like a famous podcaster, radio dude, whatever, like back several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up, he was an addict and nobody knew about it. And he was taking like, I don't know how many pills a day.
Wow.
Like, I cannot remember that guy's name. And this was back, oh God, like 2000, 2001. Somewhere around in there.
I mean, how would you even think taking that many pills a day?
I don't understand how he can function taking 750 milligrams a day. Now, granted, he's been doing it for 20 years or so.
Yeah, he was immune to it probably.
Like one time years ago when I was on Percocet 10s, I took 4 one time, and all I did was go to sleep. Like all it did is knock me out, and that was 40 milligrams of Percocet. So that knocked me out.
Yeah, that's about what's happened to me when I've taken it, like after a surgery. Yeah.
But that's what I was thinking too, Tonka. Do you know, I think I was told, because when you take pain pills, it's a downer, it's an opiate. But if you snort them, it's like it gives you energy, or it's kind of like an upper. Is that right, Tonka? That's what I heard. Because I know my sister-in-law got Hep C from shooting up Percocet. But
yes, Tad, that's it. Rush Limbaugh. That's the guy I was trying to think of. He was talking about like when he got caught with being all the pills or whatever. He was talking about how many pills it was he was taking a day. And it was, I was just like, oh my God, like I don't have enough time in the day to take that many pills. Like, how do they, I don't understand it. Like, how do you take that many pills and you function as an attorney, even though you're a crooked attorney, and still go home at night and have a life with your family? And like, how does people have that time to do that?
I tell you what, I interviewed my cousin on my channel who was a fentanyl addict and a meth addict. They speedball. They do the fentanyl for what they need to feel good, to feel okay, and then the meth for energy. But I totally forgot where I was going with that.
Well, you said you interviewed them.
Yes,
Yeah.
he used to shoot up heroin. He had like $150,000 a year job. A salesperson had expense anything he wanted, he could put on expense. I mean, they put heroin on expense. Their boss, like the whole team, was on shooting up heroin, and he said that they would just on breaks from meetings, they would go in the bathroom, shoot up, and then go do their job. And like he was making bank. You know what I mean? He was traveling all over the world, and then, he got a new job or got busted or something like that, and now he's homeless.
Oh, wow.
Golly.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
But I wanted to tell you what. Listening to Alec testify, all of that sniffling he's doing, I'm pretty sure he had to be sniffing the pills, snorting the pills because my nose does that from, and I only did meth for a couple of years, and that was I snorted it. So for 20 years, that's absolutely not any emotional sniffling or clearing of throat. That's absolutely from snorting drugs or something, in my opinion, from, doing it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
Either
I think,
that or he was trying to make the jury think that he was crying.
Yeah.
yep, exactly. And that's why I wanted to bring that up. That's right, Marissa. You can get drugs in jail easier than you can get them on the street most
Can
of the
you
time.
really? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm sure, like somebody said in the chat, this will be addressed because they're due back in court Monday at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you this is brought up in court Monday morning.
I don't think it will be because it's nothing. Like a contraband charge is like really nothing in jail unless it's something like
Unless
serious.
he got it from, yeah, but how do we know he didn't get it from the courtroom though?
Somebody else said it could be from a CO. And now you know what? Them COs will do just about anything for money. And if he can get $60 a week, which is $240 a month on his books, yet he's bragging that every inmate in the jail wants his shoes, but yet he's also isolated from other inmates, so that makes no sense. But that's what was said on the 911 calls between him and Buster and his sister. But yeah, he's getting a lot of money for canteen in that jail right now, and yeah, I'm sure he can pay somebody off.
Oh yeah, he was sitting there talking on one of the phone calls that he had bet on one of the football games, and he ended up winning, and he won some soups and some beef sticks and all kinds of stuff on there.
Oh my God.
So I mean, he had to have money on his books to buy something from commissary to throw in on the bet.
Holy crap.
I'm curious to know though. I didn't know he got arrested again today. That is crazy.
Marissa, when I had a deviated septum, my nose, like mine wasn't like that. Mine was like stopped up.
Yeah, that's people I know that have had
Regulations.
that. Theirs are stopped up too.
Did you see James Patterson was in court yesterday? Wait, who is James Patterson?
Is that the author? The author that writes books? No?
I have no idea. Marissa, who is James Patterson?
I mean, that's the
and
same
what
name.
and what court was he in? Which I didn't watch any court stuff yesterday, so.
Your chat is so funny right now. They're talking about jail recipes for ramen noodles. And it's so funny because when people get out of prison and like they're like, you want to come over to eat? And they got like ramen noodles with mayo and cheese and pickles and crushed up chips. And I'm like, you want me to eat this?
I like ramen noodles, but I don't want all that in it. Ugh.
Yes.
Oh, they put everything under the sun in it.
Do they really?
Yeah, they make, let me tell you. Some people in the chat know about that. I'm sitting here reading the chat because I know you get stuck in another monitor sometimes.
See, they said Maggie was circled when she was being shot. I did watch part of it the other day when I believe it was the coroner or maybe the pathologist was up. Um, and the state had her drawing for the jury on the board, like the different places that Maggie and Paul were shot.
Mhm.
I did see a few minutes of that, but I didn't get to watch the whole thing.
She was circled. What do you?
Well, they're saying that it's somebody else that explained this also. She was shot. What in the way the lady in court that they explained it, that she was shot the first time and she might have been down like on her knees or bent over, like on her knees and then bent over or just bent over, because it looked like she was shot from behind and it went under her left arm up like the part of her stomach, like maybe through her breast or over it and into her like the bottom part of her neck into her head. But she said that at first she couldn't figure out how that happened because of the angle of the shot. But then she said the only way she could figure it out is that she had to have been bent over, and the person was behind her, and that's how it went, because it basically went up her stomach like that way under her armpit and then into her neck, like
So
through that way.
that would then fall into, what could be a shooter that was crouching then.
In
Well,
my opinion, she saw Paul get shot. She tried to run away,
and
and
they
he
got
got
her.
her from the
Yeah, I
behind, and
think
she might have
you're right.
fell trying to get away, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
That's what my opinion was at first.
Yeah.
See, yes, the author with Alec Murdoch. Okay, so yeah, yesterday I didn't watch anything as far as Alec Murdoch stuff yesterday, except for the thing that was on Netflix. And then today I only watched the like I said, it was after they came back from lunch. I watched it until they ended court today when he was on the stand. But that was it. I had to sit there and listen to the prosecutor be like, okay, did you lie to so and so? Did you lie to this one? Did you lie to that one? Like, it took 30 minutes just to get through that.
Yeah, let's just put a blanket statement out here, Alex. You lied to everybody, right?
Right. Or it would have been easier to say, who did you not lie to?
Yeah.
Because just about everybody that was mentioned, except for a few people, he said that he lied to, and there might have been 2 or 3 people who was like, no, that like one guy, there was his friend that gave him money that he borrowed money from. He was like, I never had that conversation with it because all I had to do was go in and say I need to borrow money, and it was never, well, what do you need the money for? So he never had to lie to him. He just the guy gave him money,
Yeah.
or let him borrow it. And then they got stuck on that him cashing the was $150,000 check, and he was like, no, I didn't do that on purpose. That check got mixed in with the little checks, and it got cashed on accident. And people that was in Emily Baker's chat was like, well, damn, if $150,000 or 100,000, whatever it was, is a little check, I want me some little checks, and stuff like that. And it, you could tell he was lying.
I tell you what, that Jeannie Seckinger, she just barbecued his ass, didn't she?
I must have missed that part.
She was the lady that was in charge of the books. Remember her testimony a while back?
Oh no, I missed that one too.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I haven't. I missed Buster on the stand. Up until today, well, no, I take that back. The other day when I watched the pathologist or coroner, whatever she was talking about, where each one of them got shot, I watched 15 minutes of that. But before that day, I hadn't watched anything since I turned it on there and they were doing the evidentiary stuff, and the jury wasn't in there when they were talking about like all the finance stuff, and then the judge had to decide if he was going to allow it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last time I'd watched anything on Alec Murdoch until the other day when I saw the lady talking about how they were shot, and then I watched it today. I wanted to watch it yesterday when he was on the stand, and I didn't get to, so I watched a little bit of it today.
Well, it's old news now, but I mean, it was interesting because Alex's personal paralegal And then she actually worked under Jeannie Seckinger, who was pretty much over I guess you'd say the office in terms of the money. And Alex's paralegal first noticed something was funny. And, long story short is, so she eventually went to Jeannie and Jeannie like investigated it. And so before she went to Alex, she had her ducks in a row. Like she knew the answer to the question before she asked. And, she just like on that stand, she just glared at him. It was hilarious. There was no love lost there at all.
Oh, well, I miss all the good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. Did y'all see the behavioral panel critique Alex in the car? The video of him in the car, and then there was one. I think they did one on the stand, but it was amazing. It's the first time I've ever watched those guys do anything. But one guy said that he goes, because they take turns. There were 4 of them this particular night, and so they were taking turns, and they got to this one guy, and he goes, about 1.8 seconds in, I can tell you he's lying. It was like
the last time I watched the behavioral panel was when they were doing Nicola Bully's partner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the last thing that I'd ever watched them do, because they were talking about that they didn't think there was any deception with her partner.
Yeah.
So I miss all the good stuff with Alec though.
Can you put their link in the back chat for me?
Yeah, let me see if I can find their. I don't even. Is their thing? It's not called the behavioral panel though, is it?
I don't know. That's fine.
I believe I was thinking it was Scarlett, but maybe not.
Let me look.
Or it has something.
Oh, it may be. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll grab their thing real quick.
I'll search it by the name.
Okay, I got it right here. Hold on. Let me put it in the back chat.
Yeah, you'll enjoy that, Stone Gator.
Okay,
White Widow Baby son got it.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Let's see. I was thinking the same thing earlier. It's really uncanny. Yeah, it's and that's what I was just telling Speculation Station in chat. She had said something about that there's like a lot of deaths that surrounds Alec Murdoch, and it's the same thing with Lori Vallow. Like, look at all the deaths that surround her too. It's crazy.
And if I remember correctly, was his name Stephen, the young guy that died? That was
Smith, I think.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, in the Netflix show, they said that his injury looked like a hit in the head with like a rock or something, based on what the injury looked like. And then they also said that the housekeeper's injury was looked like she had a gash in her head, like she had been hit like the same way Stephen had been hit. So I know that family has something to do with all of them, just like Lori Vallow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just not being held accountable for it because there's no proof or whatever. But nobody can tell me different.
With the maid, that how they always said it, she fell down the stairs. I thought she fell downstairs in their house. I didn't know that it was the steps leading up to the front door until I watched the Netflix thing. I always thought that it was stairs in their house, that the dog had jumped up on her or tripped her or whatever, and she fell down the stairs inside. But no, it was like the brick steps outside.
Yeah, but I didn't know that the dog had tripped. I didn't know that the dog, quote unquote, tripped her until the trial, whenever her son had testified. But there's whatever. And then when she was on the phone with 911, she's like, I don't know if it was Paul or Buster that was there. I don't remember which one, but picked her up and she couldn't walk, so she fell again and hit her head again. Like, there's just so much bull crap. Like, you can so tell that they're all full of shit.
Yeah.
They were all full of shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
she fell up the stairs. She fell up the stairs, but landed on the concrete on the ground.
On her back. And they said
Yeah.
that her feet was above her head. So it was like she fell backwards down the stairs, is what they were showing on the Netflix thing.
Yeah.
That she was like at the top of the stairs on, like, I guess the landing or the porch or whatever, and she fell back. And like her feet would have been up above her head.
Well, I'm sure she had some help.
Oh yeah.
I think she was pushed, only broke her ribs, so therefore they gashed her head just like the other dude in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the mother, if I remember correctly, Stephen's mother purposefully left his casket open because one side of his face looked almost normal, and the other side literally looked like like you said, Stone Gator had taken a rock to it, or
Mm-hmm.
he had some weird injuries. Like, I think he had some skull fractures.
Yeah, because they said something about that in the beginning, that it looked like he had, when the car hit him, that the mirror on the side of the car, like on the outside of the door, like they thought maybe that the mirror had hit him.
Well, I don't believe he was ever hit by anything.
I don't either. I think they had something to do with it, because it was weird how after they found him, they had the police tape up and everything, and then Alec, and I believe it was either his dad or one of his brothers, went up there to where the scene was at, and before they ever moved the boy or anything, and they just went underneath the tape and went right on up there where the body was at. Like why would you, just because you're attorneys or whatever, why would you still don't have a right to go up there and go around a body that has been hit and it's just laying in the middle? Like, you don't have that authority to do that.
Well, and the thing about that too was that the way that his body was positioned in the road, you would never find that with someone who had been struck by a car. And the way that his legs were laid, somebody staged him that way. The way his legs were positioned. I mean, there's just no way that somebody would have ended up like that naturally after being struck by a car.
Right. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of weirdness that goes on, or that has went on around this family.
There sure is.
A lot. And I don't know, maybe, no matter what, I think he's going to be in jail or in prison for the rest of his life, whether he's found guilty of this or not. But they're saying that he took the stand because he wanted to try to create reasonable doubt in the jury's mind also.
Right.
And him being an attorney, he knows how to work the jury.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah, all he needs is one juror, to believe his BS, and that's but I don't know. I'm hoping that but it's interesting too in that, and somebody pointed this out the other day, and that is, have you noticed that none of the jurors are taking any notes?
No, they were talking about one of the jurors had put a blanket or something over her head, or covered up with it or something, somebody else was saying, and then one of them was putting tissue or something in her ear.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like the judge would have seen it, or somebody would have brought that up in court, and they would have been like, why are you stuffing tissue in your ear?
Mm-hmm.
You got to be listening to the testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. There's been some weird stuff said about the jury too.
I was told, I heard that the judge did not allow the jury to take notes.
Wow.
Really?
That's what I heard on another channel. Don't ask me where, but I know I heard it.
How on earth can you keep all that information straight?
4 weeks worth of testimony by multiple different, like how many witnesses have they had on that stand? Like, there's no way them people can keep up with all that.
Yeah.
Oh
Wow.
my god! I'd have been
But
like,
you know what?
I would have just told the judge, like, you can do whatever you got to do, contempt of court, whatever you want to call it. But if I can't take notes, I can't be a juror.
Yeah.
Because like notes are my lifeline.
Same here.
Like there's no way. Just on like the Idaho 4 case, like I have to take notes every single day on stuff that's came up. There's no way I could have sit through 4 weeks of testimony and not remember everything. You can't retain all that information and keep up with who said what and all this and that.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
said something like, it was because they're gonna like write down key things and they're gonna focus on just that and not everything that they hear. And I think that's why the prosecution wants 2 days for a closing argument. That way they can go over freshly everything that, you know what I mean, the key points of the trial and everything that they really want them to think back to and stuff like that. And I think that's why the prosecution wants 2 days to close.
Oh, I heard today that Alex's attorney said that they're more than likely that they're going to rest their case on Monday. And then whenever they were talking about closing arguments, he was like, "Well, I would like it if we both of Alex's attorneys can be in a closing argument." And then he said something about if we can make an incentive or something like that. And like the judge was like, "No, I just don't know if we're just going to do that."
Yeah.
Like I forgot how he put it. It's unprecedented for both attorneys to do a closing argument when your first seat main attorney, you're going to be the one doing the closing arguments, and then the prosecution will get a rebuttal. But I was just like, oh shit.
Yeah.
The only reason they would want 2 attorneys to do a closing for a trial is because they know they are screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope that's the case, Stone Gator.
Now, one other thing, if they're not allowed to take notes and they just have to sit here and they have to listen to all these people testify, I wonder once the state or Alex and them, once they rest their case, they do the closing arguments and then jury goes in for deliberation. I wonder if they're going to give each one of the jury members a transcript of the everything that's been said in court. That way they can go back and see what was said word for word in the testimony.
Nope. They're not going to give it to them. And you know what else I heard? I didn't know a judge can't tell the jury they can't take notes. I thought that was like the norm, to be a juror, take notes or whatever. But apparently it's up to the judge. And I didn't know that. But they do have a few people in here. Glowbug, it's called the Murdaugh Mysteries.
I mean, I'm serious. I would have been like, well, I'm sorry. You're going to have to. I know Alec Murdaugh. I can't be a juror. I'd have come up with something. They would have had to take me off if I couldn't take notes.
Yeah.
I wonder if they told him that when they interviewed them, or did they have to tell them that? I mean, I don't know. But that name is so prominent in that area that, like y'all said, just one person has to say, you know what I mean? And that, how do we know they don't have really? People lie so much, especially people that know him. How do we know his best or one of, you know what I mean? Somebody he knows is on a jury.
That's why he wanted to have it. They were wanting to do a change of venue, and he wanted to have it there in that county because he knows everybody in the county.
Yeah.
He wanted to have.
True.
He wanted to have a trial and be judged by by his peers. That's what he wanted. That's the way he wanted it. And
I mean, they could very well have bought somebody off. I mean, that's very true. As corrupt as that family is, and if he's convicted, well, we know he's going to be convicted of the financial crimes. I guess the difference is he going to prison, or is he going to, cushy prison?
Oh, that's federal. That's federal.
Yeah,
He's gonna go to
somebody.
federal.
Where did I hear that at? That his attorney wants him to go to federal prison and not a state prison.
Yeah.
Because federal prison is so much better than a state prison. Like they get, I mean, you have to buy them, but they get TVs and they on their tablets that they have to talk and email and all. They have like movies and music that they can buy. Well, they have that in state prison too, but they get better food. Like they just get treated better in federal
Right.
prison, from what I've heard from people who have been in federal and who have been in state. I heard federal was you get taken care of better. But
Right.
like y'all said, it doesn't really, I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter if he gets convicted or not of this, because he's facing 700 years for the financial stuff. So he's definitely going for life no matter what, because
yeah.
the financial stuff was admitted to in this
Right.
trial. So there's no doubt that he's not going to get convicted of the others. So no matter what, he's going to jail for life. So unless he plans on paying someone off for each trial, he's screwed. And if he would have paid someone for this trial, he's dumb.
Yeah.
Because he's still going.
Yeah. No matter
Right.
no matter if he's found not guilty in this one, he's still gonna go for life. So all right,
Yeah.
y'all. So I think I'm gonna have to end it here. It's like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah. This is great.
Yes.
Sure enjoyed it.
Thank y'all so much
Sorry
for
I'm
coming up.
late.
Sorry, you're
I
what?
was so late. I
Oh
woke
no.
up and I was like, oh my God. And I like put you on and I'm trying to wake up in bed listening to you. And I'm like, I got to get up, got to watch it. But
No,
thanks for having me up.
Oh,
And
you're
it's
welcome.
always a pleasure, Gregory.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Stone Gator.
Everybody have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
Yep. I love it when people come up here. That way I can, once I'm done with all of my other stuff, then, people come up and we just talk about whatever pretty much.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, Scarlett.
Yeah.
Okay, you take care.
All right, you too. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right, bye. So you want me to dig further into the 2-year-old? I will send everything over with CC included. Okay, wait, what up, baby? I mean, we can go over it probably tomorrow and just see what we can find on the parents and see, because I would like to know if those parents have any family members in other parts of the states, other part of Louisiana other than just South Louisiana, and see what we can find, because like that baby, he's got to be found. He could be in serious danger. So yeah, we could probably do that. Behind the scenes. Gregory, you're welcome, and thank you so much for coming up. It was a blast. Yeah, somebody's got to know something. Somebody's had to have seen them, or with them being down in that part of the state, they could have easily went into Mississippi. Mississippi's not that far from there. So they could have done that too. We need to find where family is, or some type of connection to other people. Maybe Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, somewhere around in there. So yeah, we can do that. So yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here. Gregory, thank you, and Stone Gator for coming up. It was a blast. I always love having y'all up here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all. Wait, there was a connection to Florida? Maybe we need to look into that too. The baby's got to be found. Whether we can just find connections and let law enforcement know or something. I can make a call to the probably had to call the state police. They would probably do more than the parish police down there. Call maybe the state police and the DCF and let them know their addresses. Okay. Well, we may have to do that. We'll have to look into it and see if we can find any connections. And if I have to, I'll call them and let them know about it. So we can do that. All right, y'all. I'm just to get out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. If you haven't done so, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Please sub if you're not subbed up to this channel and to my other channel that I have. If you want to donate to the channel, the Cash App is in my description. Thank you all so much for the super chats and super stickers that y'all sent tonight. That was very nice of all of you. Moonville, have a good night. So I'm just going to get out of here. I will talk to y'all tomorrow. And so y'all have a good night.